Hello everyone, welcome on in. It's time for some Zero Escaping. Boo, hello Spooky, welcome on in. Hi Marvel, welcome on in, yay! People are here. I don't know why I said it like that. I'm a little bit tired. So if my commentary is not on point, that is the most probable reason for why. But yeah, we're gonna open some fucking doors. Oh, hi, Ball. I normally don't see you unless it's an app stream. Was not expecting you, but it's a pleasant surprise. How's it going? I'm expecting to take notes this time. A little bit. I didn't really take that many notes last time, and some of the notes I took last time weren't even necessary. We'll see what happens. Goal is to get the safe ending tonight, though. Hopefully that doesn't take too terribly long. We'll find out. Yes. It truly does feel like a Nintendo DS game, man. It is one, but like it really feels like it. It took him less than a second to run the numbers. He opened the 7th piece of paper and spoke.
Okay, the last one is mine.
And of course it is. I'm just vibing tonight since you're pretty productive today. Oh, nice. Quack indeed.
I want to go through.
For the safe ending, we must go through door number 6.
I want to go through door 6.
Junpei flipped open the piece of paper. It read, Junpei, door 6. And of course it did. He had written it after all.
That's a problem.
Why is it a problem, dear June? June spoke barely above a whisper, but they all knew what she'd said.
None of these teams will be able to go through the doors they want.
Well, of course not.
Clover and I chose door 1.
Lotus and I chose door 2.
That's not enough people to open a numbered door, however.
Yeah.
The digital routes don't match up either.
We've got similar problems. Junpei and I want to go through door 6. But our digital route is 5. If we're gonna open that door, we need a 1.
Well, I think this is becoming clear. You guys take A's, and hopefully what's left over will have a digital route for the other numbers.
Damn, what are we gonna do now?
What are we going to do?
Junpei crossed his arms and did his best to put his thoughts in order. Good luck, buddy. The others followed suit, but with little result. Look at them, they're trying their best to think so hard. Eventually, Clover broke the silence.
Why don't Seven and Lotus go through door 1 with me?
Oh. Yeah, I guess the math will math for that, and then Ace goes with... what's his face? Her face was cold and flat, as was her voice. But her logic was sound. The 7 and Lotus looked at each other. 7 plus 8 plus 4 equals 19. 1 plus 9 equals 10, and 1 plus 0 equals 1. And I already see the problem, they don't like each other. You're just gonna have to cope. The first problem resolved, Ace spoke up.
What about me?
Well, the others are short by 1, and you're 1. Come on, Ace.
Isn't that obvious?
Yeah, what Clover said.
Wasn't one of the teams just complaining that they didn't have a 1?
Yeah.
You mean I should join Santa's team?
Yes. Do you have a problem with that, Ace?
Yes.
Clover nodded, her face still cold and emotionless. Her attitude and posture could not have been more different than the energetic girl of only a few hours before. No one seemed ready to contradict her. Her response was understandable, given the horrible situation in which she had found herself, but even so.
Huh. I understand. I'll go through door 6 then.
Good job, Ace.
If we do as Clover has suggested, we can all pass through a numbered door and no one will be left behind.
Yeah. Good job.
This seems to be the most reasonable solution.
Yes. 3 plus 6 plus 5 plus 1 equals 15. 1 plus 5 equals 6.
7. Lotus. What do you guys think?
I don't have a problem with it.
Me either.
Good.
All right then. We're good to go.
See you later.
Yeah.
Wait, Clover! Don't move on your own!
Oh, I'll be going too then.
Bye, y'all.
Yeah. Be careful.
We should get going as well.
No. At last, Junpei and the other 6 had managed to separate themselves into 2 teams. Clover, 7, and Lotus headed to A deck, where door 1 was, near the main staircase. Junpei, June, Ace, and Santa, however, took the elevator to E deck. The ride to E deck was a silent one.
This is E deck.
Mm-hmm.
There should be a door at the end of the hall.
All right, let's go.
Santa's words jolted them to action, and they stepped out of the elevator into a long, straight hallway. Six. Before long, they arrived in front of a door 6.
Here it is. You guys ready?
Let's go.
Yeah.
Then let's get to it.
Mm-hmm. One by one, they put their palms over the red. With a soft electronic noise, and authenticated each of them. The door opened, and all at once, the 4 of them leapt through it.
Hey! I found it! It's right there!
Fortunately, the dead was located easily enough. This one had been placed quite close to the door they'd entered through. They gathered around it quickly and hurriedly placed their palms on it for authentication, one by one. I'm a little suspect that the dead was so close to the door, but...
It stopped.
Mm-hmm.
Yes! It stopped!
The countdown had ceased, but Junpei's heart was still pounding in his chest, like a frantic, thunderous drum. It felt as though it might shake itself up and down out of his throat.
Whew. I don't believe I'll ever get used to that.
I'm not sure it's something I'd want to get used to.
I mean...
We should finish this game before imminent death becomes a normal thing.
Yeah. Yeah, good idea.
You got that right. Once I'm out of this hellhole, I'm taking a nice long vacation.
I agree.
With that, the doom and gloom from before was done, and the mood turned somewhat lighter.
All right, let's go.
With that attempt at good humor, Junpei took a deep breath and began to walk. He jogged down the stairs at the end of the hallway and found himself staring at a large door.
This door looks heavy.
But it's not locked. I'm opening it.
It has a keyhole. Are you sure it's not locked? He took hold of the bar that served as its doorknob and shoved it down. Alright, I guess it wasn't. The room beyond stopped him in his tracks. Oh, that's a... It was gargantuan and made entirely of metal. None of the accents of wood or tile he'd seen in the rest of the ship. This room was purely functional, but utterly tremendous.
Whoa, what the hell is this?
It's a room. Santa got out a few words before awe stole the rest of them. The rest were too stunned to offer anything more than gasps.
This has to be the biggest room so far. The ceiling is pretty high, too.
Huh, Could be 2 stories, maybe even more.
This space could be utilizing the entire length of the ship.
What's that huge Kamaboko-looking building in the middle?
I love that, like, the audio has been audio affected. I don't know. Like, you can hear a slight echo. June pointed to the massive building in the center.
Kamaboko? Well, I guess that's as good of a description of it as any.
Junpei and the others were standing on scaffolding that crisscrossed the whole area. The proper term was catwalk, Junpei thought, although that didn't seem particularly important.
I see stairs, so we may as well head over to them.
Yeah, but this section's barely wide enough to fit 1 person.
You're right.
Nearby was a long iron staircase that made its way, eventually, to the floor beneath them. It's a nice touch, yeah.
Whoa, you can't even tell the shape when you're this close.
Let's check out the other side, too.
They moved around toward the opposite side of the massive building, following the catwalk. And they hadn't said much as they walked, but as they approached the building, Ace suddenly spoke up.
This looks to be the steam engine room.
The steam engine room?
You know, the room for the steam engine.
Yes, that thing that looks like a cross-section of a mushroom is the boiler. You see the 3 round doors near the bottom? Coal is put into those and burned, which heats the water, producing steam. The same thing that drives a steam engine. This one is simply somewhat larger.
I see.
It doesn't appear to be running right now.
Interesting. The entire room was as silent as the grave.
Alright, let's split up.
Then, all of a sudden, Junpei heard a noise behind him. He turned, just in time to see June collapse to her knees. Oh dear.
Hey, what's wrong? Are you alright?
He dashed toward her and wrapped his arm around her shoulders to steady her.
Hey, June!
And it was then that he noticed.
Jumpy.
Oh, you're really warm. Is your fever coming back?
Yes. Yes. It probably is. But I'm fine. Please, don't worry about me.
Almost collapses. I'm fine.
I just need to rest. And I'll be fine.
Her voice was weak and forced, and it said a great deal more than her words did.
Okay, here, sit down. Careful.
It's just like me for a referral. Marvel, take care of yourself. Junpei carried her to the nearest wall and propped her up against it. She let her head fall back against the wall, as if she no longer had the strength to support it, and drew a ragged breath.
Thank you.
Her eyes were empty, as if she were having trouble focusing them, and even speaking seemed difficult for her. Junpei felt his hand ball itself into a fist and clench tight, his knuckles whitening. He had to find a way out, and quickly. He turned and looked at Ace and Santa in turn.
Ace, Santa.
Yes.
Right.
They might not have shared the depth of his emotion, but they certainly shared his concern.
Alright, let's get started. Hang in there, June. I'm gonna get you out of here real soon.
She managed a small nod before leaning back to rest her head on the wall. Oh boy. I see. It's a square hole. Nothing in here. Nah, look at the back wall there. I can see 3 small slots. Terminals for some sort of connector, perhaps. You mean you think we're supposed to plug something in there? Here, rather? Perhaps. Okay. And there's a square hole on the side of the tunnel. There are 3 slots here. They look like connection terminals for something. I'm sure we'll find those eventually. Anything else? A tunnel. It goes all the way across the ship. Okay. I'd say this is probably here to move coal from place to place. It probably comes from over there. And then the belt carries it down the tunnel and out here. So, the conveyor belt was moving. Yes, the coal would almost certainly come out here. Alright. Right, Q and E to move. A golden gear. It doesn't look like it was always golden like this. Well then, I imagine it was prepared especially for this game. Interesting. This gear is rusty, but it looks like it's still pretty sturdy. It looks like there's a door over here, in this tunnel. The belt over there must deliver the coal, which is then picked up and thrown into this door. The door appears to be welded shut, however. Interesting. Huge golden gear. I have a feeling it's important. Okay. Can't do anything with it yet, though. A huge bronze gear. I see. I'm sensing a trend. This has to be important. There's a small door on the side of the tunnel. It's welded shut and won't open. And this gear is rusty, but it looks like it's still pretty sturdy. Aha! I had a feeling it was gonna be silver. It's silver gear. Do you think it's made of pure silver? No way. The silver is way too soft to use for a gear. It's gotta be a steel or iron gear that's been coated with silver. Ugh. Shouldn't have called it a silver gear then. Shouldn't have got your hopes up. Were you thinking you'd haul this thing back? Nah, but I think 7 could probably carry it, don't you? I mean... And this gear is rusty, but it looks like it's still pretty sturdy. Okay. And the conveyor belt runs into a sort of arched tunnel. Okay. Man, this thing is huge. I guess a ship this big needs something like that to power it. True, but I doubt a single boiler of this size could actually move a ship like this at any reasonable speed. You would need at least 4 of these. Huh. I guess you know a lot about boats, huh? Well, not really. It's just common sense, you know? It is not common sense, but... Stairs stretch from the catwalk to the boiler. Yeah, okay. Oops, didn't mean to do that. Ah, there's more over here. A huge bronze gear. This has to be important. There's a small door on the side of this tunnel. It's welded shut and won't open. Okay. A huge golden gear. I have a feeling it's important. There's a small door on the side of the tunnel. It's welded shut and won't open. Okay. I imagine this is going to be silver again. Yeah. Huge silver gear. I've got a feeling it's important. There's a bunch of wooden boxes over here by the wall. I already looked through those. There's nothing there. Good to know. And there's a barrel under the stairs. Sweet. Unfortunately, it's empty. And there's a pair of wooden boxes here. There's nothing in them. Look, Ace. It's some kind of snowman's secret meeting, huh? And those are just bags full of sand. You use them as a counterweight when you're lifting something with a pulley system. Man, you're too serious. Oh boy. Is this silver? Okay. What is this? Given its placement, this must unlock the door to the left. And there's a weird indentation on the top of this thing. You think that means you have to insert something here? Yes, I would imagine so. There's a thick iron door blocking our way. You think this is... Yes. It looks like the exit. Looks like this door slides up into the ceiling. Okay. So I'll need to find a thing for that. Tunnel, slowly across the ship. And this pillar goes up toward the ceiling. Okay. There's a door built into it near the bottom, and you can put coal in. Oh, these. I believe this opening is for fueling the furnace. If you were to put some coal in here and ignite it, now the steam engine might start working. It's certainly possible. An opening for fueling the furnace. Okay. Yeah. Stairs stretching the catwalk to the boiler. So there the coal goes, or would go if all three of these things hadn't rusted shut. That's a problem. Each of for the boiler, there's 3 open areas in it. Each of these open areas has a gear in it, yes. Stairs to the upper floor. They're connected to the boiler. I haven't gone up here yet. The 3 sliders on the left are down, but this one is up. There are a number of lines engraved in these. I suspect we were meant to do something rather specific with them. Junpei, why don't you move that slider down? Well, there's no harm in trying, I suppose. Nothing. Nothing happened. Maybe it needs to be prepared somehow. You're saying if we did something somewhere else, it'd respond somehow? Yes, I suppose that's one way of putting it. Okay. So we'll need to come back to that. Hey, Junpei, where are you going? The only thing in there is a closed number door. Kinda pointless to go back, huh? Yeah, sure is. Okay. I didn't know it was that. We weren't gonna get anywhere with these... with the pile of boxes here. What the hell's in these things anyway? They're way too heavy to move. Interesting. One of the doors on the furnace. There's an A on it. There's a circular wheel in the center of the door. Alright, well, let's give that sucker a twist. Well, it's noisy, but it opens. And it's totally pitch black in there. We should, go in here. Alright. Let's go. This looks just like the door we went into. Where are we? We must be on the other side, yes. Which should put us directly above the conveyor belt. At any rate, we should keep moving. There's a great deal we've yet to investigate. No, anyway. Looks like that's the pipe. Looks like the bottom connects to the conveyor belt housing. Then coal must come out of this pipe onto the conveyor belt. In other words, there must be a great deal of coal in that pipe. There are a number of boxes on the catwalk. I don't think we can go over there. Okay. There are a whole bunch of boxes in my way. I can't get through. The catwalk. You can see some scaffolding on the wall over there. The supports and braces the side of the ship. You might be right above where June's resting. It looks like a hand-operated winch, but it doesn't look like there's any way to operate it. That means the wheel isn't attached. The hand-operated winch. I don't see a wheel to operate it with, though. Stamp pile box blocking away. There's a wooden box on the end of the rope hanging from the winch. Looks like there's something in the box. One of the great metal ribs of the ship. I think June's resting underneath it. Okay. The stairs back down should be on the other side of the boxes. You have an excellent memory. Use that to draw a map inside your head. That way, you won't get lost. Catwalk. Huge furnace boiler, yeah. This winch looks like the other one we saw earlier. Although, this one has a wheel on it. Alright, let's give this wheel a spin. What? Oh boy, doors. Doors! That's weird. I don't feel any resistance. Gah. Ah, shit. Oh, we have a wheel now. Cool. Maybe. Good job, genius. You broke it. You didn't break it. It broke all by itself. Uh-huh. I imagine we could probably use that with the other one. There are a whole bunch of boxes blocking the way. Supports the the ship. It's not a ladder. It looks like a ladder. One of the doors on the furnace. There's an A on it. Okay. Back the way we came. Hand-operated winch. There's no wheel to turn. Oh yeah. I've got the wheel I pulled off the other winch, don't I? Let's see if it fits. Sweet. It's a perfect fit, like they were made for each other. Not shaky at all. Good. I should be able to turn this now. Good work, Junpei. We should be able to haul up the wooden box now. You see, the wooden box. It's under the catwalk. Can you see it? It's hanging from the rope on the winch, isn't it? It looks like there's some sort of device in the box. I'm not sure what it is. At any rate, you might as well turn that wheel now. I'm counting on you. I feel like a lot of that dialogue wasn't necessary, but thanks, Ace. Alright, I'll turn the wheel. Huh? What's this? What happened? This wheel only turns to the left. It only turns to the left? That means we can't reel up that rope. Yeah. We can only let the rope down. Interesting. I don't think that will be a problem. We'll simply need to go downstairs after letting the wooden box down. I'll be counting on you, Junpei. Sure thing, no sweat. Can I take the wheel back?
I believe the box has reached the floor.
Yeah.
He stuck his head out over the side of the catwalk and looked down. The box that had only recently hung just below the catwalk now sat on the floor. It had come to rest near the end of the tunnel that covered the conveyor belt.
June's down over by there.
Junpei could see her, still leaning against the wall, as if she barely had the strength to sit up. Even from so far away, it was not difficult to see that she had not improved. He almost thought he could see her heat, could see heat rising from her body. That's how you words.
She doesn't seem to be improving.
Isa's expression was inscrutable, but he'd said what they all had been thinking.
Well, of course not. She's not gonna just get better right away, you know? It'll take time.
He tried desperately to convince himself that what he'd said was true.
What could be causing this, I wonder? Illness, perhaps?
Nah, it's gotta be exhaustion.
Santa's response was confident and certain.
She gets dropped into some weird-ass ship, forced to play some messed-up game. If you think about it, it's a lot weirder that we aren't freaking out just like her, you know?
True, but...
So you're saying we're abnormal?
Yeah. We're just running around this room, solving all these puzzles like it's just business as usual.
True.
How the hell could you call that normal? We're just guinea pigs.
Yeah. Santa snorted in
A
disgust.
guinea pig? You mean like a lab rat?
Uh-huh. I'm proud of you, Junpei.
You mean we're being used for some sort of experiment?
Yes, that's what that means, Junpei.
Is that what you're saying?
Yes.
Dunno.
Santa, what the fuck?
But it does seem like a possibility, you know?
Goodness gracious. Who has the brain cell? It's not those two. Ish, do you have it? They stood there for a few more minutes, no one speaking, until Santa turned and walked away from the winch. Junpei and Ace followed him.
You know, speaking of experiments,
Nobody has the brain cell. Junpei gets it occasionally. So true. Santa suddenly stopped.
there was this experiment some scientists did with rats.
That describes a lot of them. And no one's a position of it part of this group. So true.
First, they took a squarish C-shaped tank and filled it with enough water that the rats could drown in it. The tank has 2 exits. Just to make it easy, we'll call one A and the other B. Exit A is pitch black, so dark even a rat can't see anything. But exit B is electrified, which means the rat can't leave through it. So, what would a rat do if it was put in this situation? Which exit would the rat choose?
There was a moment of silence after Santa posed the question, and then Ace responded. I bet the other group took it. Fair. Well, unless they're scripted, I can't imagine why they wouldn't. Also true.
B, of course. The rat has no way of knowing that exit B is electrified.
Exactly. The rat goes to exit B. Of course, like I said, it's electrified. Which means the rat can't get out that way. So, after a lot of trial and error, the rat finally finds exit A.
I can't say that's very interesting or relevant. It's simply the story of a laboratory experiment.
You're right. It isn't very interesting. Yet. See, these scientists repeated this experiment over and over, using hundreds of different rats over several generations.
That's a lot of rats.
This produced some surprising results. With each generation, the rats took less time to find the correct exit. Eventually, a rat was put in the tank who instantly chose exit A without even attempting to go to exit B. But that wasn't the most impressive part. The same experiment was conducted in another laboratory, far from the original one, with the same results. No, on second thought, the results weren't really the same. The rats in this second experiment began the trials with significantly faster times than the first rats in the initial one. These rats weren't related to the others and had never even come in contact with them. And yet, they all easily found their way to Exit A as though they already knew. What did it mean?
Evolution.
Are you suggesting something like telepathy?
Interesting conclusion, Ace.
They were passing information to one another through some undetectable medium?
Ace looks skeptical. Santa snorted at him.
How the hell would I know? I'm not any kind of scientist. I don't know what made him do that. But I do know that story's true. And if you've got another explanation, I'd sure love to hear it. Come on, let's get going. There's still a lot here we haven't checked out. And we gotta get the hell out of here before June passes out.
Yeah, yeah. But, without waiting for a response, he turned around and started walking. Junpei, however, wasn't quite ready to leave the topic alone.
Hey, wait. There's something I want to ask you.
What?
Santa stopped and turned around.
Why did they use that tank for the experiment?
Huh?
Well, I mean, it seems like you could conduct the same experiment without the water. They could have just used a dry box, you know? If they needed to motivate the rats to escape, they could have, I don't know, put some bait by exit B or something. I mean, do they really have to make it so the rats can drown?
I mean, if you don't have that death factor, then there's less reason for the rats to follow through with the experiment, you know? Like, I think do the thing or die is pretty good motivation to do the thing, you know? Santa gave a grim bark of a laugh.
You know, the word emergency comes from the same root as the word emerge. You ever think about that?
Not really.
Huh? Well, an emergency is something urgent, often something dangerous.
Mm-hmm.
And to emerge means to sort of come out, or appear, or rise out of something else. So what's going to emerge in an emergency? Inspiration.
Inspiration?
Yeah.
How can Santa be so smart yet so stupid at the same time?
Think about it. When the chips are down, either you crack or your mind focuses and pulls up what you need.
So in an emergency, your real potential emerges. Is that what you're saying?
I mean, I guess that's one way to put it. What is he yapping about? I wish I fucking knew. I'm trying my best to pay attention, and I'm so lost.
Yeah. That's why the rats had to drown. They had to be in danger. There had to be an emergency for inspiration to emerge.
Oh.
Junpei sounded so sad. Junpei suddenly felt cold. The back of his head was aching and his stomach felt strange. None of them have eaten, huh? Now that I think about it. He's basically saying being in danger is where inspiration happens. Epiphany. I mean, yeah, I can kind of, like, see that. I feel like it's not the best phrased, to be honest. But, They're not scholars. And there's a catwalk over here. Yeah, if by catwalk you mean narrow strip of metal. Junpei, are you brave enough to cross that? If you were to fall, you do realize that broken bones would be the least of your problems. Okay, I'll take that as a don't go over there. Sad. I think I did the wrong thing. I know what I'm doing. There we go. I forgot where the stairs were. There's a pair of boxes here. Okay, so not those boxes. Wait, now I'm confused. Pair of boxes here, yeah. Where are the boxes that we just let down the stairs? There's a number of windows on these things. I think you're supposed to put coal through these, but they're welded shut. I don't think we can get these open. It's not the best explained, that's true. It makes sense later with more information. Fair enough. Where's the box that we literally just put down on the floor, though? Like, I thought for sure it would be here, but guess not. Maybe this is why we're suggested to draw a map. No, okay, it was there. Jesus Christ. Control panel for something. Some kind of machine. Maybe a control panel? Well, that was helpful. Oh, maybe in here? Maybe this hole is where the control panel goes? Well, there's only one way to find out. In you go. Dude, you did it. Everything looks alright. Okay, but what do we do now? Why don't you press the button next to it? The orange one? Yes. Alright, I'll do that. Pushing! Sweet. All sorts of lights are lighting up on this thing. And, oh, yes. I think I just heard something turn on. Oh? What's that? What happened? Junpei, look. The conveyor belt's moving. The conveyor belt? Well, I guess it's done moving now. But there's still a bunch of coal on the belt, though. Looks like a bunch of it got dumped off the end of the belt into that wooden box to where we found the control panel. Coal. Coal, huh? Coal. Since the belt started moving, it transported quite a bit of coal. It all drops off at the left end of the belt, right into the wooden box. Box filled with the coal. Wow. We have a box of coal. There's a hole that'll let us put coal into the furnace. Maybe. If we can get some coal in there, set it on fire. Okay, let's do it. Alright, that's the last of it. No coal left in the wooden box. And nothing. Great. Well, I guess I should have expected that. Why would just throwing coal into a cold furnace do anything? Nah, well, a man can dream. Junpei, explain it to me again. You're planning to stoke the furnace with coal, which will heat the water stored up there and make steam, which will then drive something else. Am I correct? In other words, you want to generate enough pressure with the steam to power the turbine? And drive the steam engine, right? Yeah, I guess that's gist of it. Well, in that case, this isn't enough coal. This furnace is enormous. So we're gonna need a whole hell of a lot more coal than this. Very well then. If the three of us work together, then we should manage to fill it much faster. I want to help too. Man, I totally didn't even see her walk up. Are you feeling up to that? Yes. Yeah, right. You look like you're one stiff breeze away from falling over, Juno. I think you'd better rest some more, alright? But no arguing. You need your rest, so you just stay there. We'll handle this. Okay. I understand. Alright. It's time for some manly work. Let's get this coal into those furnaces. Man, this is a lot of work. Alright. I think this should be sufficient. Alright, now we just gotta light it. Junpei, hand me your matches. What makes you think I have matches? I see. And then how are we gonna light it? Perhaps there's a device nearby that will allow us to remotely ignite the coal. Let's take a look, shall we? Some sort of ignition device, huh? Okay, Junpei, go get some men to help. Don't imagine it'd be that. I didn't mean to click that anyways. Probably this, right? Oh yeah. Is this... I think it might be. It probably is. I think this is how we might ignite the furnace. That means if we move that thing down... Alright, let's do it. Here we go. Hey, Junpei, Ace, look at this. There's big gears turning under the boiler here. Oh. The gears. They're spinning. What the hell are you guys waiting for? Let's start looking. Now let's start this side. Gold disc. Alright. Bronze disc. I know. Let me get to the gear. God. Silver disc. These ones don't have one. Well, that one doesn't anyway. I think I only need 3 anyway, but still worth a look. Okay. We'll need the raw strength of some burly, manly men, but Lotus, Clover, and Seven are off in the other chamber, so we'll have to do. Where was that door? Like, there's a thingy to put the stuff in, but I don't remember where it was. Was it here? Hey, Junpei, what are you doing? It's harder than hell in there. Oh, you know what? That's a good point. Did you forget that we lit the furnace? Perhaps. Yes, you're right. I just don't remember where the door is that we need. Okay. But where is it? I I think that part of the ship's... Yeah, yeah. Okay, we get it, we get it. Where's the thing? I don't remember where shit is. Legit, like, I remember there was a thing that, like, had a place for the discs, but, like, where the fuck is it? Oh, it was here. Okay. I'm smart. Looks like this thing unlocks the door. There's a depression here that looks like it's the outline of 3 circles laid on top of each other in a triangle. Maybe. Maybe we put those 3 discs we found into this thing. Well, there's only one way to find out. Let's stick them in. Huh? That's odd. Nothing's happening. Maybe you're, I don't know, putting them in the wrong places? Perhaps you have them facing in the wrong directions. Perhaps you should rotate the discs to make some of the lines connect to one another? Well, no harm in trying. Instructions for operation. When the disc is clicked, it will rotate a certain amount. When the white arrow is clicked, the discs are switched. Please note, when the discs are switched, the angles for the discs are reset. Okay. Well. Yeah, something like that. That's really easy. The red lines on these discs. I think maybe I can make a star polygon with these. The door opened.
The door's open!
I'm so smart and big brain. Despite trying to go in the furnace because I forgot I turned it on. Given the circumstances, Junpei's happiness was certainly understandable. He seemed to share his excitement.
All right, Junpei. Why don't you go get June now? Santa and I will keep an eye on the store.
Santa snorted.
Why do we need to do that? Even if it shuts, we know how to solve the puzzle now. We could just open it again.
Well, I suppose that's true. Shall all 3 of us go and collect June then?
Nah, I'm cool. I'll let Junpei handle it.
Fair enough. Junpei roast, so true. He still seemed irritated by something, however, and sat down on the stairs petulantly.
So are you only interested in being contrary?
He sighed with the air of a long-suffering parent.
All right, I'll go get June. I'll be right back.
He gave a quick nod to Ace and Santa and dashed off down the stairs. Before long, he was back on the first floor, next to the conveyor belt and June.
Oh, Jumpy!
As he drew closer, she stood up slowly.
Are you okay?
The coal disappeared. He did his best to sound calm and nonchalant, but there was no hiding the genuine concern in his voice.
Yes, I'm fine now. I'm sorry I made you worry.
She's all blushy. June blushed. He wasn't sure if she was embarrassed or still feverish. Probably some combination of the two, to be honest.
Let me check.
And just to make sure, he reached out and put his hand against her forehead.
Good. You're feeling a lot better.
And she was feeling far less warm than she had earlier, but she still wasn't down to what seemed normal to him.
Are you sure you're all right?
He had to be sure. June gave him a look.
Oh, you're such a warrior, Jumpy. Oops, I mean, warrior.
I was wondering about that. June giggled. He wasn't sure if she just made a joke or not, but seeing her smile again made Junpei feel at ease. If she was well enough to smile and laugh, then she really was feeling much better. He gave her a friendly poke on the forehead.
All right, let's go.
Go where?
Oh, right, I didn't tell you. We got the exit open, so...
Great! Let's go!
June clasped her hands and nodded urgently. And they headed back to the exit, but on their way they found...
Oh, it's...
Santa?
Santa was sitting on the stairs. He was, however, holding something in his right hand and staring at it with a strange expression. Junpei and June slowed down and finally stopped in front of him.
What are you looking at?
A piece of paper. Santa answered without looking up, his voice quiet.
It's a photo.
Oh.
It's my sister.
Oh.
Sister? Santa, you've got a sister?
Santa simply nodded.
Yeah. Kid was cute as a button.
June cocked her head, confused.
She was only about an inch tall then?
Santa glared at her.
Oh, sorry. I guess an inch is a little large for a button. Probably more like a half inch.
Is June autistic? Santa didn't smile or laugh.
Sorry.
Why are you looking at it?
He simply turned back to his picture and spoke.
I was her Santa Claus.
Ah, that's why you picked Santa. You feel like the entire cast is somewhere on the spectrum, to be honest? Probably.
Wait, what?
This sudden revelation took Junpei by surprise. He had no idea what Santa meant. Yeah. He glanced at June, who shook her head. She didn't know either.
We didn't have parents. They bought it in an accident when we were still kids.
I see.
So I had to be like her dad.
Hmm.
And that meant that I bought her Christmas presents every year. On Christmas Eve, I'd leave the present next to her pillow. And the next morning, she'd come running into my room with this big smile. Look, look, Santa left me a present. He got me that doll I really wanted. I'm so glad he got my letter. She was always so excited. I was the one who told her to write those letters. I'd say, write down something you want and mail it to Santa. The address I gave her was somewhere in Northern Europe that doesn't exist. Anyway, she'd write the letter and stamp it and send it out. And then a few days later, it'd show up back in our mailbox marked address unknown.
Yeah, makes sense. I wasn't expecting the techware question mark contrarian to hit me in the feels with one line, but here we are. Yeah.
I'd open the letters before she figured out they'd been sent back. Once I had the letter, I'd go around to a couple stores with some money I'd saved up over the year and buy her the stuff she'd asked for. It took a lot of saving, but I managed to buy her presents every year.
Huh.
Junpei was silent. He could think of nothing to say.
Huh.
June looked down, uncomfortable. The wall next to him suddenly groaned. Either he hadn't heard the sound or didn't care. Santa kept talking.
But one year, her letter was different.
Hmm.
She didn't write a list of toys she wanted or anything like that. Instead, it said, I don't want any presents this year. Instead, I want you to make my wish come true. My wish is that we'll be happy like this for a really, really long time. That was it. Nothing else. But I couldn't make that wish come true. Some Santa I am.
Santa looked sad. Junpei had never seen him look sad before. He wasn't sure he liked it. Junpei decided it was probably best not to ask Santa any more questions. But
What happened?
June glanced up at Santa quickly as she spoke. He answered, only with an effort.
She died.
Was not expecting that one.
She was killed 9 years ago.
Of course, it was 9 years ago. When else would have it been?
Oh.
And there was nothing Junpei could say. His heart felt like a great lump of lead. June bit her lip and looked away. Her face was pale.
All right, let's go.
Santa stood up suddenly, his downcast demeanor gone. He shoved the picture back in his pocket and headed back up the stairs, taking them 2 at a time.
Huh?
Junpei and June looked at one another. There was nothing they could think of to say.
Hey, what are you two doing? Let's get moving, come on!
Santa's voice echoed across the room from above them.
Let's go.
Yeah.
They nodded and followed him quickly up the stairs. Ace was waiting for them at the top. He was leaning against the handrail. He looked very tired.
Oh, you're finally back.
The door had shut, but it wasn't but it wasn't cause for concern.
Sorry we took so long.
Junpei quickly solved the disc puzzle a second time, and the door opened once again.
Let's go.
In single file, they walked through. After walking for nearly 15 feet, they found themselves in front of a metal door. It opened easily enough, and they passed through it as well. A new room stretched out before them. Oh boy.
Huh. Is this a warehouse?
No, I believe this is the cargo room. This must be where they store all of this vessel's freight.
There are wooden crates everywhere. I wonder how old they are.
Junpei, Ace, and June had stopped unconsciously, pausing to take in their new surroundings. Santa's voice broke through their momentary trance.
Well, we probably ought to start with finding the exit, right?
True.
Let's get going.
I see. These crates are quite large. They seem to be tied to one another with sturdy straps. There are a bunch of bags here. I wonder what's in them. Ha! That's nice. A card with the ninth man's face printed on it. Indeed. And what's that? It's a card. It has a headshot on it. A headshot? Yeah. I'm not really sure what purpose this could possibly serve. A box. There's nothing inside. Okay. Interesting. There are 3 crates here, stacked up like stairs. If we climb up here, I think we can get over the fence. Junpei, I think you could go take a look at that? Sorry, but no thanks. Why? I've got a bad feeling about it. Pussy. Okay, fine. I'll go. Please be careful, Santa. Yeah, but just in case. Wait, what's he going to do with that screw? I don't see what throwing a screw at a fence is. Holy shit. June sound. Santa sound. Junpei sound. This... Oh man. There's electricity running through that fence. Looks like it. And then we can't get to the other side. No, we could jump off those crates, but we wouldn't be able to get back. Well, that's not good. I wonder what's inside all these crates. Jumpy, look at that crate over there. There's something on it, isn't there? Yeah, looks like a coffin. Coffin? Yeah, it seems kind of weird to find a coffin here, right? As if it's telling us to search here. Interesting. It's locked. We need the key. All the boxes have numbers on them. Do they? Oh. Ace bent down and picked up something that had been sitting next to the box. Junpei, take a look at this. Cards. Interesting. Well, we have Lotus selected, and that's number 8. There's some numbered boxes and cards with pictures of all of us. Does that mean we need to collect the cards we don't have? I wonder if the kids are gonna need all 9 cards. Okay, fine. There are a bunch of barrels surrounding 9 boxes. Okay. So far, so good. We've searched all the boxes. And there's nothing in them. Oh, there's a couple in here. Oh, hey, it's Junpei. And June. Lid for the crate. There's some sort of liquid in these barrels. I'm not sure what it is, however. The door leads to the steam engine room. Snake. Clover. And Ace. Okay, now we have all 9.
Now we finally have all 9 picture cards. We just need to insert these cards into the slots at the front of each box.
Junpei stared at the cards in his hands. Ace peered over his shoulder at them.
You know which card goes in which box, yes?
Junpei gave him a look.
Yeah, of course I do. It's really obvious. You just match our numbers to the numbers. Then you pop the corresponding card in the right box. So for instance, the card with the picture of Ace on it goes into box 1. The card with the picture of Snake on it goes into box 2, and so on.
Oh, I see.
It's okay, Ace. It's not your turn with the brain cell. Oh, hello, Peachy. What the fuck is this card stuff? They're key cards.
Huh? What is it?
Junpei thought he might have imagined it, but he could have sworn Ace stiffened. Just then. Junpei heard a noise. He spun around just in time to see June collapse in front of the fence. June!
Hey! June, are you okay?
Girly. She did not respond. Girly! Junpei spun around to face Ace.
I'm sorry, I gotta go check on her. You finished the box thing, alright?
Aw, but I wanted to do the box thing.
Just put the cards in the boxes. I'm counting on you.
He shoved the cards into Ace's hands and ran off toward June.
Are you alright? What happened?
June called out to her as he ran.
Can you stand?
As he arrived, June was climbing to her feet with Santa's help.
Oh, I'm sorry. I'm fine.
Are you sure?
I just tripped.
Uh-huh.
Don't give me that. Now is not the time.
But it's true. I tripped over a box.
Just let me see for a sec.
Junpei put her... Junpei put his palm on her forehead. Pronouns.
Huh.
You're still warm.
Her temperature was much the same as it had been the last time he checked. Because apparently Junpei is the thermometer. She wasn't hot like she'd been before, but she was still warm. Her fever wasn't completely gone. I wouldn't say Junpei Transarc. It would have been more of a Junpei grabbed her palm and put it to her forehead, like grabbed her wrist. Because I was gonna, yeah. Anyways,
I saw her fall. I think she really did just trip on something, you know?
okay. Junpei would have been more willing to agree if June hadn't needed quite so much help standing up.
Still, to fall down like that? I think she's probably still a little messed up.
I mean, June was doing her best to busy herself brushing dust off her dress. Her smile looked a little embarrassed, and her face was a bit flushed. But she did look a great deal better than she had. Still.
All right, well, let's just get out of here as fast as we can so we can get you to a hospital.
Oh, I don't think it's anything that serious.
Right.
I just need a little medicine and some sleep, and I'll be fine.
And you can do that at the hospital, June.
Medicine. Medicine, huh? Well, if we could get in touch with anyone outside, I'll bet Ace could swing that for you easy.
Ace? Why?
Huh? Don't you know? He's the president of a pharmaceutical company.
Convenient.
Cradle Pharmaceuticals is the name, I think. Their flagship product is an anesthetic drug called Soparil.
And that's why he had that. Noted.
Soparil. Soparil. I've heard of that before somewhere.
Yeah, it was on the vial that Ace had when he injected himself with anesthetic. Junpei couldn't shake the feeling that he had heard about Soparil before. Uh-huh. Santa continued.
Soparil.
There you go.
It's an anesthetic that's a gas at room temperature. A lot like how nitrous oxide is. It takes only a few seconds to spread, and even a small amount is very effective.
Why do you know so much, Santa? Yet know so little.
A bunch of countries quickly accepted it for widespread use within their police and military forces. It was an effective crowd suppressant and room clearer. It was practical, ethical, and the humane nature of it made it the ideal drug.
They really are just playing hot potato with their brain cell, and whenever Santa has it, he uses it for things that are not helpful for the current situation.
It's been around for about 6 years. They developed it from the extracts of several different roots. It became popular almost as soon as it was made public, with many governments placing large orders.
Are you sure this is Ace's company's thing and not yours, Santa? Because you know quite a lot.
Demand for Soparil skyrocketed, and of course that meant Cradle Pharmaceuticals' stock did too.
Why do you know all of this?
That's what I was saying. Santa's information was interesting, but Junpei couldn't help but feel a little suspicious. Santa's reply was blunt and simple.
I heard it from the old man himself.
From Ace? When?
By the number 4 door at the central stairway, when we were searching the second class room. Remember how Snake, 7, and you went to door 5? It was back then.
Fair enough.
I asked him what he did for a living, and he said he ran his own company. After that, we just started talking, and I guess it just came up, you know?
Huh.
Are you worried about something?
No, nothing.
As he spoke, Junpei looked over toward Ace. You see, Santa stole the brain cell, so now Ace doesn't have it to do the actual puzzle. This is why you guys need to stop. You seem to be having difficulty with the 9 boxes.
What the hell is he doing?
Struggling, for real. You turn back to June and Santa.
June, don't push yourself, all right?
Yes.
Santa, could you take care of her? I'll go check on Ace. Looks like he's having trouble.
Yeah.
Sure.
He gave them both a short nod and then turned and headed toward Ace.
What are you doing?
Ace's back was to him as Junpei approached. The older man turned around to look at him. His face was pale and covered in sweat.
What happened?
Do you not know how to count?
Nothing. My vision has gotten rather blurry, I think, because of fatigue. I can't see very well at the moment.
Did you inject yourself with some more Soparil or something, Ace?
What can't you see well?
These pictures.
Ace held the cards out to Junpei, splayed out in the shape of a fan.
I don't care to admit it, but I may be developing presbyopia.
What now?
Growing old is a difficult thing.
He made the best attempt he could at a self-deprecating smile, but his face was flushed and his lips were pale and drawn.
At any rate, I'll leave the rest to you.
It's okay.
I'm feeling awfully tired, so if you don't mind, I'd like to rest for a bit.
You better not have dosed yourself with some more anesthetic, dude. He shoved the cards into Junpei's hands and walked quickly away. Junpei looked at him quizzically.
How could simply looking at cards have tired him out?
And it definitely wasn't just that. Presbyopia is the gradual loss of your eye's ability to focus on nearby objects. Junpei looked down with the cards in his hands. All of the pictures were quite clear and each person easily recognizable. Was Ace's vision truly so bad?
But if it wasn't, what had made him so uncomfortable?
That was when Junpei remembered what he'd heard from Lotus much earlier. Face blindness, right?
Prosopagnosia. Well, put simply, it means a condition where the mind can't distinguish between human faces. In other words, my face would look the same as Clover's or even yours. So they can't remember faces, which is how most people recognize each other. That means that people with prosopagnosia have trouble recognizing even people they're close to.
Maybe he's got prosopagnosia?
Junpei took another look at Ace. He sat at the base of the stairs, looking quite depressed.
Huh.
Oh.
Well, he looks depressed enough to have it.
God damn it, Junpei. If he really did have prosopagnosia, there was no doubt it was a depressing and painful experience. I mean, yes, but still, Junpei didn't feel like patting him on the shoulder and telling him everything would be alright would help that much. Still, Junpei felt perhaps it was best he keep Ace's condition to himself, at least for the time being.
Oh well.
Doing his best to clear his mind for the task at hand, he turned back toward the boxes.
Time to solve the 9 boxes puzzle.
Yay! I did want to do this puzzle, so I'm happy that we get to do it. But I didn't want it to be at the expense of Ace. 9 cards with pictures and 9 boxes. Junpei stared at them for a moment, and then began.
Ace's card is in box 1, Snake's is in number 2. I just need to do the same for the rest.
Junpei, you can't just say someone looks depressed enough to have a medical condition. Yeah.
And finally, the 9th man's card into box 9.
All 9 box lids popped open at once.
Yeah! Oh, they opened!
He peered inside.
What the?
In each box was a single pin.
9 pins?
Oh boy. It looked a little like sewing pins, but much thicker.
I guess I'll take them with me.
Junpei collected them all quickly and shoved them into his pocket. 9 pins. Interesting. These stairs, they go up 3 stories. What are you waiting for, Junpei? Whatever, I'm going. This is the only door here, except for the one we just came in through. And then this is the exit. No shit, Sherlock. Of course it's locked. Is it an electronic lock? No, just a keyhole right under the doorknob. So to open this door, we gotta find the key that fits that keyhole. Yeah. It's some sort of boxy device. Uh-huh. Yeah. There's 6 holes here, and it looks like the pins I just found would be a perfect fit for them. And once you found the 9 boxes, right? Well, why don't you try it? Alright, let's see what happens. I think 2, 4, and 6 should go here on the top part, 3, 5, and 7 on the bottom part. Well, some of them lit up. Yeah, 3 and 6. I wonder if there's some kind of rule that determines which lights go on. Well, I put the 2, 4, and 6 pins on the top part, and 3, 5, and 7 pins on the bottom. You think... You think maybe it's the digital root? The digital root. 2 plus 4 plus 6 equals 12. The digital root of 12 is 3. Therefore, light 3 turns on. 3 plus 5 plus 7 equals 15. Digital root of 15 is 6. Therefore, light 6 turns on. Makes sense, right? I see. The lights that match the digital root of the pins inserted on the top and lower parts will light up. So that's how it works. Well, there's one thing I'd like to check. Well, if he wants to try, he's certainly welcome to. So he put the 1, 2, and 3 pins on the bottom, 6, 7, and 8 pins on... Oh, 1, 2, 3 pins on the top, and 6, 7, 8 pins on the bottom. Oh. They turned off. 6 plus 7 plus 8 equals 21. The digital root of 21 is 3. Therefore, light 3 turns off. 1 plus 2 plus 3 equals 6. The digital root of 6 is 6. Therefore, light 6 turns off. Oh, I get it now. The digital root for the pins you insert is the same as the number on the lights that are lit. Those lights turn off. Yeah, looks like that's the trick. Alright, now we know how it works. You want to give it a try? Wait, you mean you know what we're supposed to do with these lights? Yeah, light them all up, Junpei. No, but I figured we could try and see if we can turn them all on, you know? I figure something's gotta happen if we can manage that. Turn on the lights, huh? Okay, Junpei, let's make sure we know how this works, alright? Pick one of the 6 holes, then pick one of the pins in your hand and insert it into the hole. Keep it up until all 6 of the holes are filled. Once all the holes are filled, the lights with the numbers that correspond to the digital roots of the pins, the upper and lower parts will turn on. However, if a digital root corresponds to a light that is already on, the light will be turned off. The goal is to turn on all the lights on. Alright, let's do it. Okay, digital root of 1, 2, 3 is, a number that's definitely not lit yet. And I think I can safely do 4, 5, 6. Never mind. Why didn't that work? Digital root of 5, 6. Yeah, so... And then... 4, 5... 9 plus 6, 15... Okay. I see. So I managed to put in a combination that canceled each other out. That's what happened. There we go. Let's see. Trying to think, it's not working out too well for me. I accidentally turned off 7, god damn it. I turned off 6 again. God damn it, I need to stop doing that. Sobs. Okay. So 1, 2, 3. I'll turn 6 back on. 9. Okay. No. What has a digital root of 3? 4 or 5? 5. Okay, I accidentally turned off 2. Damn it. Okay, man. Guess I'll be 4. I hate that this game is making me do math. It's awfully rude. Math the enemy is so true. Wait, I don't think that's quite what I wanted. No, it is. Okay. Then... Yeah, I did it. F. All the lights are on, the shutters opened up. Hey, does that mean... Yeah, we gotta do it again. Man, and I thought I was doing so well. Okay, so we got 9 holes. And there's an F up above them. I don't know what the F means, but I do know one thing. What's that? This time there are 9 holes. So we need to insert 9 pins. Man, that's boring. Well, why don't you just try it, alright? F, you say? Yep. I don't understand. Yeah, I'm not sure what to do for that one. Looks like some sort of control panel. Nothing happens when I press the buttons, though. I want to get the distribution board on the bottom of the device. You think maybe this F means 15? 15? Yeah, 15 in base 10 is F and hex, right? You're right. Yeah, that's gotta be it. Alright, let's give this one more shot. I'm still lost, but okay. Who the fuck just knows hex off the top of their head? Santa and Junpei, apparently. What am I supposed to do with that information, though? Nope, not that. Digital root 15. I mean, that's not possible to get a digital root of 15. Realized it after you said it. Fair enough. Seems like the letter F up there means 15. Wait, let's give it one more shot. How is 15 sufficient information? Oh, you know what? Never mind, I lost my train of process. Because they all have like little dashes to each other. But how am I supposed to get everything to add up to 15 in those many various ways? It's 15. Yeah, I don't know, man. I need more info. There's a metal panel over the outside of the window. In other words, every line of 3 pins needs to add up to 15. Let's give it one more shot. But I did do that before. Because 9 plus 1 plus 5 is 15. Yeah, I'm less confident about those. 2 plus 4 is 6. Plus 8. That's 14, so... Six plus 7 is 13. 2. So these hopefully do. Sounds like what reference 15. In other words, every line of 3 pins. Up to 15. Hello, objectionable puzzles. Yes, it's 999. Junpei, do you know the sum of 10 plus 5? Yes, I do, actually. Yeah, it's 15. Do you really think I'm that much of an idiot? Alright, so what are the sums of 1 plus 9, 2 plus 8, 3 plus 7, and 4 plus 6? They're all 10. So you put the 5 in the middle. What's the sum going to be for each of those? Well, they're 10 right now. Yeah, I think you've got it. Just let you figure the rest out. Fuck you, Santa. I hate it here. I put them right back the way I had them. Idea? Just say your idea. put 6 and 4 on either side of the 5. They're already on opposite sides of the 5. There we go. All pins inserted. All lights lit. We did it. The power's on now. Looks like there's electricity going to the monitor on top now. Alright, let's see if we can activate the device on the top. A green button, a red button, and a lever. I wonder what these do. I think this might help. What the hell is this? Where did he find this? What is that? Where did you find it? You found it when you were messing around with the pinholes. I did take a considerable amount of time on that, so fair. It looks like instructions for this thing. According to what it says here, this thing's a remote control for that. That. Yeah, that. What's he pointing? Oh. That machine over there. Apparently it's called the Pushmaster 5000. Are you serious? Whatever. So what are we supposed to do with the Pushmaster 5000? You see the coffin on top of the crates? Yeah. Don't you want to know what the deal is with it? I do. You want to check it out? Yeah. Alright. How do you think we're gonna get there? Well... But there were some crates on the right side of the fence that someone piled up like stairs. Maybe if we make a path to the coffin from there. How will we do that? Line up the crates, I guess? Yeah, that sounds about right. I guess this is just another of Zero's puzzles. Yeah. You hate this part of the game, oh dear. Anyway, let's give it a shot. Oh, looks like the Pushmaster 5000 runs off of a battery. So to keep it from using up its energy too fast, it's been programmed so that it'll only start moving once its path has been completely programmed in. Alright, I'll keep that in mind. New material has been added to the file screen. Okay. Monitor shows a top-down view of the area where we can move the machine. Since I want to send my orders to the Pushmaster 5000, we just need to pull the lever. Alright, let's give this a try. Sure thing. Just keep in mind that there's a limit on the battery, alright? The battery dies after 50 moves. At least, that's what it says in the manual. 50 moves, huh? Also, keep in mind that the Pushmaster 5000 can't move the heavy metal crates, okay? Got it. Instructions for operation. When a square adjacent to the Pushmaster 5000 is clicked, the Pushmaster 5000 will move to that square. If there's a crate on the way, the Pushmaster 5000 will push up to a singular crate. Move the crates appropriately and efficiently, and fill the yellow areas. Oh god, I understand why you hate this then. Oh, let's see. So... Wait, I already fucked up. What's that? Hmm. Yeah, then I can't do anything. Ah, this sucks. Man. But then I can't get that last box. Hmm. No. Yeah, because then that's... But then that one's stuck up third, even if I can do those. Fuck. I know. Hmm. Oh. Hello, Catman. How was your stream? Did you slay the spire? You died a lot? Oh no. Oh no. I'm the only one that came with you. Oh dear. I am struggling to puzzle. The idea is to get the brown boxes over to the yellow area. Right, introduce myself to myself. Right. Welcome on in, Raiders. My name is Saki or even Q is acceptable. I consider myself a writer streamer, though I do stream mostly visual novels, like what we're currently playing, Zero Escape, but also has puzzles that are making my brain hurt. How does the box move? So you have this little one with the light on it, and I can move it up, down, left, or right. And then I can't move the gray ones. The brown ones, I can only push them like so. That type of thing. But then of course when it's in a corner like that, I can't pull them out. It's push only. Brown needs to go into the yellow, yeah. I also need to do it in 50 moves. You got this? Okay. Guide to me with your wisdom. If you push a brown box into your brown box, is it stuck? I mean, more or less. Like, I can't push 2 boxes at once. It is tough, that's why I've been struggling to figure out what to do. Oh, you know what? I think I might have had an idea. Never mind. Meeting. Do that again. This. Yeah, I definitely was on something. Push the bottom right to the right. But now I'm stuck here. Yeah. Do the same thing, but on the bottom instead of the top. See what happens. Sure. I get stuck faster is what it seems. Or... Yeah, I am getting it. Let's go. Oh shit, no. I shouldn't have put that there yet. Because I can't push that into that spot that's left. Okay, wait. Yeah, I need to push that first one that I got up. Trying to remember how I did that because I already got it low-key. Down, yeah, okay. Right. Yeah, okay. How do I keep fucking this up? Yeah, cause... boxes, so true. You push that bottom one down instead of, right? Ah, I see. Okay, let's try this again. Far right one goes up one. Wait. Waiting. Yeah, it went up one. Then the far bottom one goes all the way right up one, then up one. I'm not following what you're trying to say, not gonna lie. Okay, from there, yeah. Go left up. But if I do that, then I won't be able to, like, it'll still be stuck. Gotta trust you, okay. Oh, okay, wait. Okay, I see the vision now. Oh, down, left, up. I already started doing something else instead. It's okay, though. Down, right, up, yeah. From here, it's pretty smooth sailing. So go around here. Oh shit, I'm not gonna have enough moves. Yeah, I can't get that over in 3 moves. Shit. But that's definitely the idea. Just gotta do it in less moves. Yeah, getting closer. That was immediately a mistake. More efficiently, yeah. Now that I know what I'm supposed to be doing, it should be easier to do it more efficiently, too. You know, I fucked that up. thinks and fails. That box goes to the second from top, then you circle around. Okay, there we go. Barely had enough moves. Okay, I'm done putting in the program. What do I do next? Just be quiet and watch. See, it's moving already. Awesome. The Pushmaster 5000 did just what I told it to. Lined up all the crates. Your job here is down. And a time for sleep. Sleep well, Kami. Thank you so much for the raid. I appreciate it. And your help with the puzzle because, yeah, my brain's fried. Great, now we can reach the coffin. We just need to climb those crates over by the fence. Expecting a jump scare.
Mummy!
Yeah, okay.
Oh.
Just kidding.
God damn it, Santa.
Really?
Whatever. Just open it.
Okay.
A
Oh,
small key and
a gun. Cool.
a gun?
Yeah, a revolver.
It's neat. I want one. Like that one in particular.
It looks pretty old.
I wonder if this is a replica.
This thing is... Are these real bullets? Oh, if this is real... Oh.
Holding the gun made Junpei feel unpleasant. Carefully, he placed it back in the coffin.
You're not gonna take it?
Yeah. What Santa said. Are they gonna be sus of you if you took it? That's another good question, but like...
Of course not. All something like this is gonna do is cause more trouble.
But what if you need it for a future puzzle?
It's a powerful weapon that gives one person a huge advantage.
Is it loaded? Because if it doesn't have ammo, I'm sorry, but it's not that powerful. Like, not any more powerful than any other blunt object.
Something like that would be way too dangerous to have around. We're in enough danger already.
I guess I don't know Junpei would even know how to check if it has ammo.
Yeah, I suppose you're right.
Maybe Zero put this gun here, hoping that something like that might happen. In other words, maybe he put it here to make us fight each other.
In that case, we should most certainly leave it here. I, for one, have no desire to let Zero control me.
He literally just questioned if those are real bullets. Oh. Oops. The gun was just sleeping, okay? You woke him up. How rude. So true. The poor gun.
Me neither.
Mothers nodded. They had no desire to be under Zero's control either.
Okay, we've got that figured out. But you aren't gonna leave that key in there, are you?
Right? Like, we need the key.
Of course not. We'll take that with us.
Junpei picked up the rusty key and slid the top of the coffin back into place, the gun back where they had found it. Counterpoint for leaving the gun there, what if someone else comes in this room and takes it? Let's just put the key in here, and yes, sounds like that did it. Yay. Looks like it's open, Jumpy. I see. This key should open this door. Hey, what are you waiting for? Let's go. Yes, It's opening. And the hallway that left the cargo room headed straight toward the stern.
A long hallway, huh?
Haven't seen enough of those.
Let's check it out.
Junpei and the other three proceeded down it silently. Some distance along it, a large room opened up on the left-hand side. It looked familiar. An iron gate, an iron grate covered each of the elevators. Junpei and his companions drew to a stop and began to discuss what their next move should be.
We've seen this elevator before.
We got off the one on the left just a little while ago.
Ah, so you're on the other side.
Then we went through the number 6 door, and that took us to the engine room.
Yes, and after that we passed through the cargo room.
And now we're back here.
In other words, we made a loop. We're back where we started.
Junpei approached the elevator.
We needed a card to get to this point.
I don't see a card reader here.
Perhaps we aren't able to activate it from this location.
Cargo room? I thought cargo room. Stop.
Why don't you just try pushing the button?
Yeah.
Gently, he pushed the triangular button on the wall. A moment passed.
It works.
The elevator door opened and then eventually shut again.
I think so.
Pushing the button had apparently restored power to the elevator.
Good. Now we can go back if we need to.
What do? Should we return to C deck?
No, this hallway keeps going. Even if we do end up going back, I think we should see what's down there first.
Fair.
I agree. Let's go.
Their decision made, Junpei and his companions left the elevators behind and continued down the hallway. Sometime later,
Looks like it ends here.
Santa, who had been walking several paces in front of the rest, suddenly stopped.
Only one door.
They searched around just in case.
There isn't anything else. It's the only way to go.
It was the door, or nothing.
All right, let's open it.
Junpei took a deep breath, readied himself, then grabbed the doorknob and pulled the door open. He paused for a moment, then stepped through, into the room. And there he saw the number that had hung over their heads since they'd woken up. Nine.
The 9 door.
The little bun art for that is so cute. It's also an emote. Let's see, where is it? My iPad version isn't letting me see it. There you go. Yeah. I'm glad you appreciate the new emote. Like the numbers on every other door, this one, too, was a rough shape made of red paint. Old bunny, yes. Its door was set in the back wall of the room. Junpei leapt toward it with a sudden burst of hopeful energy. It was a large double door, heavy and full of solemn importance. He grabbed the door handle and shook.
Of course it wouldn't be that easy.
Of course not. And keep showing people's Junpei's fit, and it's so funny. This most swagless man. So true. The red sat on the wall, next to the door. Displayed on it.
Vacant. Huh. We finally found it.
Junpei felt himself overwhelmed by a torrent of emotion. At last, they'd found the exit, but cold gripped his heart, and he knew all too well why. As he stood, frozen, unsure of what to think or feel.
Jumpy!
Huh?
Look! Behind you!
He spun around and couldn't believe what he saw.
What? A 9 door.
Oh,
There's another one.
fascinating.
Why?
I mean, there's too many of you to sacrifice like 6 of you at once. Junpei's voice was barely audible, even to himself. He stumbled toward the second door, as if somehow compelled. It was a small single door. It sat on the starboard corner of the room, on the same wall as the door they'd entered from the opposite corner.
It's 9, no matter how you look at it. The red is there too. So this is a real one?
Junpei shook the door handle pointlessly and muttered to himself.
Why the hell are there 2 doors?
Because you started with 9 people. It was Santa who answered.
There were always 2 doors. I mean, if you think about it, Zero never actually said there was only one door with a 9 on it.
True.
It is hidden, but an exit can be found. Seek a way out. Seek a door that carries a 9.
Of course, we just assumed that there was only one. After all, why would there be more than one?
Oh, man.
It truly is Santa's turn with the brain cell.
We fell for it. There are 2 doors. That means that all 9 people who had met at the central staircase could escape. No one would be left behind. Now it makes sense why the bracelets are numbers, 1 through 9. Divided into teams of 4 and 5 people. The digital root of both teams ends up being 9. Take 1, 2, 7, 8 and 3, 4, 5, 6, 9 for example. The digital root for both teams would be 9. Or 2, 3, 4, 9 and 1, 5, 6, 7, 8. The digital root is still 9. There are a bunch of combinations that work and they all end up the same way. If one team has the digital root of 9, so would the other one. What does that mean? The answer's simple. From the very beginning, the Nonary game was designed to save all 9 people. That's how it was meant to be. Zero didn't lie. He never said there'd be only one 9 door.
True.
But anyone who'd found themselves in the game would have assumed that was the case. Fights would have broken out. One team would likely betray or deceive the other. Someone might be hurt. Someone might get killed. But eventually, they'd reach this very same room and realize how pointless all their infighting was. There were 2 doors. There was no need to kill each other.
They'd understand and be appalled, overwhelmed with guilt at what they'd done.
This game was designed for that purpose. This Nonary game. We were all arguing and fighting over doors at the beginning. But if there had been one slip-up, one tiny mistake that led to more, everything could have been so much worse now.
The thought of it sent a chill down his spine.
So, what are we going to do, Junpei?
A voice broke through Junpei's frantic thoughts. Santa's voice.
Huh? Oh, right.
Hey, keep it together, man.
Sorry.
Jeez. So what do we do?
What do you...
We need to think about our next step.
Our numbers are 1, 3, 5, and 6. That's a digital root of 6.
The 4 of us can't open the number 9 door.
The 4? Wait, don't tell me.
Yep. There's one combination that'll let 3 of us open the 9 door. That's why I'm asking, what now?
Mm-hmm.
What now?
It took him no time at all to determine the answer. There's only one combination of 3 people that would give a digital root of 9. 1 plus 3 plus 5 equals 9. And that would mean...
No, we gotta go back.
And that wasn't a possibility he was willing to consider. Santa and Ace agreed.
Yep.
I agree. We cannot leave June behind.
Junpei let out a breath he hadn't realized he'd been holding.
Are you sure? I don't mind staying.
June's body betrayed her true feelings. Her eyes were wet with beginnings of tears, and her legs shook.
It's okay. There's no way we'd leave you behind.
Santa had said what Junpei had known the moment he realized which 3 people could go through the door.
Besides, I'd rather drown at the bottom of the ocean than escape with this sausage fest.
Okay, Junpei, Jesus.
Maybe I'll get to go to Atlanta.
That barely sounded like Junpei at all. It was a bit of a jump scare.
Are you sure you don't mean Atlantis?
Huh? Oh, right.
I thought he just had dreams of Atlanta, not gonna lie. Perhaps it was the sudden reassurance that no one wanted to leave June behind, but Junpei laughed harder than he had in some time. Santa and he smiled.
You guys.
June blinked tears from her eyes and bit her lip. She didn't seem to know what else to say.
Very well. Best we head back to C-Deck then. We should be able to take the elevator we passed earlier. Perhaps Clover, 7, and Lotus will have returned from door 1.
Even as they spoke, they knew finding the others wouldn't improve the situation.
But even with all 7 of us,
Ace knew it. They all knew it.
Standing around here isn't going to accomplish anything, don't you agree? Let's find the other 3 first, and then search for another solution.
I guess you're right.
All right, let's go.
Ace looked at all 3 of them, then turned and headed through the door.
Yeah.
Okay.
Santa and June followed.
Huh.
Junpei started toward the door, then stopped.
Come to think of it. What is this room?
It didn't seem terribly important now, but what exactly was it?
We were so focused on the doors, we didn't even look around.
A red carpet ran between 2 columns of wooden benches that ran the length of the room.
Huh. It looks like it's set up for some kind of ceremony. But what kind?
Facing the 9 door was the carpet leading to the bow of the ship. Bow, or whatever. And at the end... was it an altar, perhaps? There was a small rectangular alcove at the end of the carpet, and inside the alcove was a raised platform. Resting on top of the platform was a coffin.
A coffin? What on earth is a coffin doing in a place like this?
Just hanging out. But before Junpei had time to answer that question,
Hey, Junpei, the hell are you doing? Let's move.
Santa's voice echoed in from the hall outside.
Right, okay. I'll be right there.
Junpei turned on his heel and left the quiet, somber room. Okay. And they took the elevator up to C-Deck. Once there, they headed back toward the main hall and the central staircase. It didn't take them long.
Look, it's...
7 and Lotus.
They didn't look happy.
We've got a problem.
Clover is gone.
Oh dear.
What?
Junpei and his 3 companions looked at one another. He turned back to 7 and Lotus.
What do you mean, gone?
Santa, Ace, and June had their own questions to ask.
When?
Why?
You 2 went into door 1 with Clover, didn't you?
7 and Lotus responded as best they could.
Yeah, we went through the door together.
But Clover barely spoke to us.
She just did her own thing the whole time.
Huh.
There were 4 rooms on the other side of door 1.
She wouldn't let us into the 4th room.
She just said, I'll take care of this one.
And shut the door.
She must have blocked it with something on the other side.
We waited for a while, but Clover didn't come out.
We called for her, but she didn't answer.
So I kicked down the door and we went into the room.
But
It was empty.
Clover wasn't there,
There was a door on the other wall.
and it was open.
We figure she opened the door and left by herself.
We ran after her, of course, but
Obviously, we didn't find her. Figured that much out.
Clover's gone.
Junpei thought for a moment.
When did this happen?
We got here just before you.
You certainly have excellent timing.
So you haven't searched anywhere other than near the staircase?
No, we haven't.
Finally, Ace spoke. His voice had an edge of resolve and concern.
Very well then. We'd best separate and look for Clover. We haven't much time left. Let's begin.
Yeah.
There were quick nods all around, and the 6 remaining players spread out. Junpei and Jun ran to the large hospital room together. As quickly as they could, they searched around and under the beds and in the corners.
She's not here.
No, she isn't.
All right, just in case, we should go take a look in the shower room.
Shower room?
That's where her brother is. She might have gone to see him.
Jun bit her lip. She knew, as Junpei did, that there was only one thing to see in the shower room, and it wasn't pleasant.
Well, we might as well check, right? Let's go.
There was a screwdriver stuck between the door and the frame.
Good. We can still get in.
We should thank Seven later.
Junpei and Jun slipped through the door, moved down the hallway, and stepped into the shower room.
No luck.
Yeah, I don't think she's here.
Jun's voice was faint, and she placed her hands over her mouth. Her face looked a little green.
The smell is horrible.
The stench in the room was almost unbearable. It had grown far more unpleasant since their last visit. If Junpei had eaten a lunch, he would have had difficulty retaining it. He wanted to leave the room as soon as possible, but he had to be sure. And the only way to be sure was to check the other side of the divider.
Let's check the back, just to be sure.
Jun offered no resistance and nodded weakly to Junpei as he headed around the divider. He stopped at the corner and turned his head.
No, she's not here.
As he had expected, Clover was nowhere to be seen. The only thing on the other side of the divider was a dead body, lying in reddish-brown purple of dry and drying blood.
Snake. Just where did your sister go?
Junpei whispered to what was once Snake, allegedly. He'd asked rhetorically, of course, as there was no way he'd get an answer. He gave a deep sigh.
Such a horrible way to go.
Yeah, when I was editing the video earlier, they definitely specified the arm that they were describing was his left arm. So it was like, it's not him. I don't know who the body belongs to, but it's not Sneaks, which is interesting.
The skull shattered, the left arm's hideously twisted.
And hey, look, they mentioned it again. The left arm that is a prosthetic for the actual Snake. But it could be Snake's body. But it has a left arm that used to be intact before horribly dying.
Huh? Wait.
There you go, Junpei. The bright white of the ulna was clearly visible through the remains of skin and muscle. Bright white ulna.
Bones.
Bones! The pieces fell into place. Junpei remembered something Clover had told him in the laboratory.
My brother's left arm is, it's not like a normal person's arm. The accident hurt him really bad.
Of course. Of course. Why didn't I realize it earlier?
Because you're stupid. But it's finally your turn at the brain cell. Clover had told Junpei that Snake's left arm was prosthetic. But the left arm of the corpse behind the divider was quite clearly a real human arm. At least it had been once. That meant the corpse.
Jumpy?
June's unsure voice at Junpei's suddenly strange behavior drew his attention back to her.
Oh, sorry for making you wait. Let's go.
Junpei and June headed back toward the large hospital room. They stepped through the door and out of the shower room. Down the hallway they went, searching for Clover in every corner. They had reached the stairs when 7 appeared, breathless and yelling.
Junpei! June! Where were you guys?
He looked pale and his face was drawn. Something terrible had happened. Junpei's breath caught in his throat.
Did something happen?
7 drew a shaking hand across his face and gulped down a breath of air.
Clover is dead. I found her in the first-class bathroom.
Not Clover. Uh-huh. All sound ceased for Junpei. The world was an empty, muffled expanse. Then he began to hear his own breathing. Oh. Yeah. June's mouth moved, but he heard nothing. She tried once more, and then her energy was gone. She collapsed against the wall. He could have helped her, but he hadn't, and now she was dead. So he stood there, frozen in place.
Clover. Clover. Why? Why did this happen?
He forced his body to move. Each step felt like another nail pounded into his heart. Finally, he was in front of her. He knelt and placed 3 fingers against Clover's neck. No pulse, no breath. But she was still warm, and her eyes were closed peacefully. It would have been easy to think she was asleep. Easy, that is, were it not for the slowly expanding puddle of blood beneath her. He traced its source to her back, and gasped just beneath her shoulder blade. Was the weapon a knife, perhaps? If it was a knife, the killer had taken it when they left. When he closed his eyes, he saw Clover smile.
Clover!
Her innocent smile. Her energy. He would never see her smile again.
No way.
He could have done something. He could have helped her. His stomach twisted itself into a sickening knot.
Let's get out of here, June.
Junpei lifted a limp June from the floor and carried her from the bathroom. Man.
Are you alright?
It was a foolish question, and he knew it.
Yes, I think so.
Her voice was weak. The fever had gone down, but the emotional scars she'd received were not likely to recede as quickly. Junpei laid his hand on her shoulder, and they walked back to the bedroom.
You should get some rest. Here, the bed. Can you sit?
Yes.
She nodded once and stared at the floor. There were 4 others in the room. Ace, Lotus, Santa, and 7. They all stared at nothing, their faces drawn and tired. After a while, they drifted into the bathroom to see Clover's corpse themselves. Once everyone was back in the bedroom, Junpei walked slowly to the center of it, and looked around as the slumped figures gathered there.
Who was the first to find the body?
Me.
7 spoke from behind Junpei. He turned around. 7's hand was up.
Why did you come to this room?
To look for Clover. Why else? I found her body in the bathroom. As soon as I did, I ran outside. I got to the top of the stairs by the casino and yelled as loud as I could. Hey, guys! I found her, but it's bad!
Yeah? Yeah.
She's in the bathroom in the first-class cabin! Come quick! Or something like that. Then I went back to the bathroom. Ace, Santa, and Lotus showed up real soon after that. But I guess you two hadn't heard me or something because you didn't show. So I took off down the stairs to look for you. After that, I mean, you know the rest, right?
Junpei nodded and closed his eyes. There was one more thing he needed to ask.
7. There's one more thing I'm worried about.
What?
You stuck one of those plates in between the door and the frame, right? Why did you do that?
Come on, didn't I already tell you that? I did it so that the door wouldn't lock. So we could come back to this room? Oh, you think I did it?
Well, I don't know. That kind of depends on what you say, doesn't it?
For crying out loud.
7 sighed and shook his head.
Follow me.
There were 2 doors standing next to one another. He opened the one on the right.
A closet?
Yeah.
7 stepped inside. He stood in front of one of the shelves that filled it, gestured toward a small box. The box is a small metal cube. The safe. He looked at Junpei.
This is the reason. This safe. We couldn't open it when we were getting through this room. I figured there might be something pretty important in it. I couldn't stop thinking about it.
I don't like that pun you made there, Peachy. Because that could be why it's called the safe ending. Because of the safe. I hate it here. If that's the case.
I figured eventually we might figure out what the numbers are for the safe. And if we did, I didn't want to screw around with door 5 again.
Fair.
So I put the plate in the exit door so we could get back in that way. You get it now?
Yeah.
Junpei nodded and looked at the safe. He grabbed the handle and shook it.
Figured it wouldn't open.
It was as locked as it had been when 7 found it.
Huh?
There's one change, however.
This is...
Just underneath the safe was a pile of fine reddish-brown powder.
rust.
Junpei stared at it, considering.
If there's rust here, that means...
Yes, it's definitely a quote-unquote safe ending. Oh boy. Puts 99 in the safe. Yes, perfect. I mean, it could be.
Has someone opened the safe?
Junpei left the closet. 7 followed him back to the bedroom.
Huh?
It was cold and quiet. No one spoke. They sat, frozen in place by shock and grief and fatigue. The room felt tiny and oppressive, and the thick metallic smell of blood filled the room. Junpei turned and headed for the living room. Anything to get out of there.
Maybe there's another clue. Anything that might lead us to discover who stabbed Clover.
As quickly as they could, they searched around and under the beds and in the corners. His eyes caught on the door. The door that led to the passageway to the door number 5.
Behind this door. The ninth man's body is behind there. Maybe I should have another look at it, just in case.
Oh boy. Quietly, he pushed open the door.
Ugh.
And the smell hit him like a blow to the face.
Oh, the hell? This smell is...
His lungs contracted, unwilling to inhale such fetid air. Acid boiled up from the base of his stomach, churning what little food was there into a violent froth.
Oh. Oh.
It It was too much for him, and then he vomited. A thin stream of yellow water and bile spattered onto the floor. He wiped his mouth weakly and stared at the dead body. Chunks of torn flesh lay in an arc around the body. What remained of its intestines had slid out onto the floor. The pool of blood that framed it was half dry, but so thick that it had taken on a texture not unlike that of an egg yolk prepared sunny side up, rather. On the floor, next to the broken mass of the man's head, lay his glasses, cracks spidering across the lenses. The bloodstains near them had already dried, like scabs on the floor.
Wait,
And that was when he noticed.
it's gone. His bracelet. It's gone.
Oh.
It was right next to the glasses.
Oh. But now, it was gone. The number 9 bracelet was gone.
But why?
Had someone taken it? He was turning it over and over in his mind when he heard Seven's voice.
Huh? Where'd Junpei go?
It had drifted out to him from the living room. Junpei walked slowly out of the hallway. I think Snake took it because the body that's not Snake had a bracelet by it. You know?
Oh, there you are. Were you looking for something in the hallway?
Seven looked up as Junpei entered the room.
Yeah.
Did you find something?
He thought for a moment before he responded.
No, nothing.
Technically, it wasn't a lie. He hadn't found anything. In a way, in fact, that was the problem. Something he'd expected to find hadn't been there. The 9th man's bracelet.
What's up?
Well, I wanted you to take a look at something.
Oh boy.
What is it?
Seven led Junpei back to the bathroom.
Clover.
As Clover's corpse came into view, he felt his heart flip and then fall to the bottom of his stomach. Something between a sigh and a groan escaped his lips.
What was it you wanted to show me?
His voice was hollow and empty.
I searched Clover's body again. A real shame. She was stabbed once in the back, probably by a knife or something. And I found this.
As he spoke, he moved around Clover's head, then knelt down and flipped open her right hand.
What?
A note. She was holding a piece of paper.
I haven't actually looked at it yet. Didn't want to disturb the crime scene, you know?
Fair.
Basic stuff.
Understandable. Have a nice day.
Well, I did borrow one thing.
What?
He wasn't sure what that meant, but it likely didn't matter. The paper was more important.
I'm opening it.
He picked it up and carefully opened it. There were 2 sentences written on it.
Truth had gone, and truth had gone. Ah, now truth is asleep in the darkness of the sinister hand.
What is this? Some kind of secret code?
Oh boy. Seven peered over Junpei's shoulder at the note. Junpei stepped away from Clover's body and into the living room. He began to pace, attempting to decode the note.
A code.
The first clue was likely the phrase sinister hand. Sinister hand means... My guess is the left hand, just because the left hand is demonized for no real reason. It wouldn't make sense for the right hand to be the sinister hand, you know? Unless you guys can convince me otherwise. Not 100% sold on my conclusion. Oh yeah, plus a certain someone was missing theirs. Yeah, it has to be the left hand. You're right. Thank you.
Sinister was a term used in heraldry that meant to the left of the bearer of a coat of arms.
I didn't know that.
The left hand. The left hand. What does the left hand mean?
Looks at Snake. Junpei looked at his own left arm. Oh yeah, that too. With the bracelet on his wrist.
Does the darkness of the sinister hand have something to do with the bracelet?
Probably. He examined the bracelet closely.
There's two things sticking out on either side of the face. The left and right sides of the face. Left and right. Left and right. Right and left. Truth is gone. Truth gone.
Truth. Gone. Maybe those two words. About reading them backwards. Gone truth. Ah yes, we're learning directions, apparently. How about switching the sentence around? How about reading it out loud? I'm not sure reading out loud will necessarily make it better. Gone had truth, and gone had truth, gone had truth. Gone truth. Gone truth. Gone truth almost sounds like a word. I wouldn't know what it would be, but... What else could gone and truth mean?
What else could gone and truth mean? Truth, of course, means something that is correct, something that's fact. In other words, something that is right. You could then safely assume that gone means left. After all, after someone left, they were gone.
Yeah. God damn it.
But in this case, they clearly refer to their directional homonyms. Then truth equals right, and gone equals left.
Junpei looked at the bracelet again.
The left and right of the bracelet. These two things sticking out. So if I...
Press them in the following order. Truth had gone, so right, left, or... Because, like, truth had gone, truth had gone, truth had gone. That would be right, left, right, left, right, left, but none of these options... Or, no, it's right here. Right, left, right, left, right, left. And then... one after another, 8 numbers flashed on, then off, of the face of Junpei's bracelet.
Wait, did it just...
He checked one more time, to be sure. One, 4, 3, 8, 3, 4, 2, 1.
1, 4, 3, 8, 3, 4, 2, 1.
I'm not convinced I have to write this down, but I'm gonna write it down just in case. 1, 4, 3, 8, 3, 4, 2, 1. This seems important.
Huh? Hey, what are those numbers?
Numbers. What's the digital root of them? Can I do that? 1, 4, 3. 1, 4, 3, 8, 3, 4, 2, 1. Digital root is 8. Okay. Anyways. Junpei didn't answer. He couldn't answer. He had no idea what they were either. Oh, it's for the safe, maybe. Besides, he was sure he would forget the numbers and the order they came in if he said anything.
1, 4, 3, 8, 3, 4, 2, 1.
Muttering the numbers to himself over and over, Junpei headed toward the bedroom.
143834421. 143834421. 143834421. 143834421.
Before long, he found himself in front of the safe again. Its lock was the only device he could think of that required a sequence of numbers such as the ones he had just discovered. Besides, someone had opened the safe at least once already. Had Clover come to the bedroom to open it? Junpei slowly dialed in the numbers the bracelet had given him.
1 to the right, 4 to the left. And... Oh,
Finished.
bingo. I knew it was for this.
The small telltale sound of a lock opening. He grabbed the handle, took a deep breath, and pulled it up.
Oh, is this some sort of note?
Definitely looks like it. Inside was a piece of paper. It was roughly the same size as the one Clover had been holding.
Let's see.
Junpei picked it up. This is what it said. Fact number 1. The notary game was played once before, 9 years ago. Fact number 2. The person with the number 2 bracelet attended the game 9 years ago. Oh. Fact number 3. It was planned by the following 4 people. Cradle Pharmaceuticals CEO, Gentaro Hongo. Cradle Pharmaceuticals Chief of Staff, Nagisa Nichisaki. Cradle Pharmaceuticals R&D Supervisor, Teruaki Kubota. Majority shareholder in Cradle Pharmaceuticals, Kagechika Musasashito. I must punish them for the innocent lives they sacrificed. This is the only warning they will receive. That innocent souls might be saved. I now state the truth. 0. Punishment time. It's punishment time. Link's function soft game. Junpei left the closet. He left the closet. Congrats, Junpei. There were 5 people waiting for him in the bedroom. Ace, Lotus, Santa, 7, and June. Congrats, Junpei, but it's not really the time. He looked at each one of them in turn, then slowly placed his hands in the pockets of his vest.
Sorry, but do you think you could all come with me?
Come with you.
I want all of you to go to the big hospital room.
Why?
There's something I want to be sure of.
What do you want to be sure of?
I want to know if the person I suspect is really the culprit.
Wait, then you're saying...
Yeah. I think I've got it figured out. I know who killed Snake and Clover.
The atmosphere of the room changed. Grief was suddenly gone, replaced by attention like a strap of leather stretched to its limit. 5 sets of eyes stared at Junpei. He pretended not to notice.
Anyway, if you could all please move to the big hospital room. I'll explain everything as soon as we get there.
Then, almost as if on cue, the bell began to ring. They all heard it. It was the bell from the clock in the main staircase. The bell rang 5 times, then ceased. They have 1 more hour left.
It's 5 o'clock.
You've only got an hour left.
We don't have a lot of time left. Let's go.
Slowly, one by one, they followed Junpei out of the bedroom.
Actually, before we get started, I was hoping you could do something for me.
Junpei stopped in front of the door 3 and turned around.
Ace, 7, and Lotus, could you please place your palms on the red?
Hmm?
Huh?
Why? If we need to get to the shower room, why don't we just...
No, we're not going inside. Once you've authenticated, step away from the door.
Why?
Please, just do it. Or perhaps you don't want to know who killed Snake and Clover.
Junpei's implication was clear, and Seven understood perfectly.
Fine.
What about you, Ace? Lotus?
Very well.
Sure.
Quickly, they pressed their palms onto the red. Once they had finished, they stepped away from the door, as Junpei had instructed. 3 asterisks shown from the red's display panel.
I have this idea. I don't think this device responds to a hand placed on it. It instead reacts to a bracelet being brought close. You don't actually need a hand.
Junpei approached it and held his bracelet over the scanner. He made quite sure he didn't place his palm on it, and instead only brought his bracelet near it. I mean, I figured that's how it worked. He only now thought of that, Junpei. The 4th asterisk appeared,
I knew it.
just as Junpei had expected. It was possible to authenticate without placing one's palm on the red, so long as the bracelet was brought near it. Junpei pulled the lever down. Door 3 opened, like a hungry mouth. 9 long seconds passed. And the door shut, unfed. Junpei walked slowly back to the others, who were waiting some distance from the door, talking to one another. Santa and June had joined them as well.
Huh?
It looked as though they hadn't found a chance to break into the conversation yet. As Junpei approached, they turned to look at him, curiosity plain on their faces. Before long, the other 3 did as well.
What was that about?
How should I know?
Clearly, they were all expecting some answers.
Thanks. I appreciate your cooperation.
Clearly, they'd hoped for something more forthcoming. He continued.
By the way, Ace, would you mind if I asked you something?
What is it?
Do you know who I am?
What? What kind of question?
Just answer it, please. Who am I?
You're Junpei, of course. Who else would you be?
Unfortunately, that's the wrong answer.
Huh?
Actually, I'm Santa.
Huh?
What?
Ace's voice was full of surprise, but it was also tinged with confusion and fear. Everyone else looked nearly as surprised. Even Santa. I think I understand what's happening here, though. Santa looked especially shocked to discover he was actually someone else. If he spoke, however, the trap would be exposed. Junpei quickly continued.
The clothes I'm wearing, I borrowed from Junpei. And the clothes he's wearing are mine. We had a little swap.
That's ridiculous. Impossible.
So, you're saying I'm not Santa?
Of course you aren't.
Why? What makes you so sure I'm not Santa?
If you were Santa, then door 3 wouldn't have opened for us just now. 1 plus 7 plus 8 plus 3 equals 19. 1 plus 9 would be 10. The digital route would be 1. But the 4 of us just opened door 3. You can't possibly be Santa. Your bracelet number isn't 3.
Interesting logic.
It's 5, right?
Only then, when it was too late, did Ace realize his mistake. He set his jaw and glared at Junpei.
You're exactly right. My bracelet number is 5.
As he spoke, Junpei lifted his wrist up to show everyone the bright red 5 on his wrist.
Sorry, Ace. I tricked you. Of course, I'm not really Santa. I'm Junpei. Who could possibly think I was? It's obvious I'm not. To think I was? Ridiculous. But I guess you couldn't see just how obvious it was. I asked you before, didn't I? What makes you so sure I'm not Santa? And you answered. If you were Santa, then door 3 wouldn't have opened for us just now. Most people wouldn't say something like that. The first thing that would come to anyone else's mind wouldn't be the bracelet number. There'd only be one thing they'd say. One sentence. You don't have his face. Ace, you have prosopagnosia, am I right?
Junpei's voice was quiet and calm. He knew the truth. So did Ace.
Prosopagnosia?
The others looked confused.
What's that?
No clue.
Prosopagnosia is...
He heard Lotus begin to explain it to them. Ace glanced at them, then turned back toward Junpei and sighed.
Very well. I confess. I have prosopagnosia. I cannot differentiate human faces. Is that what this was about? You want to mock me for my disorder?
No, not at all. I'm not making fun of you at all. In fact, I feel kind of bad for you. No, the reason I brought this up is that there's an excellent chance the person who killed Snake has prosopagnosia.
Ace's face tightened. His eyes narrowed.
What do you mean?
Junpei leaned casually against the iron piping of one of the beds.
I'll just come right out with it. I think it was you, Ace. You killed him.
Junpei was suddenly very aware of 5 pairs of eyes on him. He had their undivided attention now. No, I'm not making fun of you. I'm convincing everyone you're a murderer. Big difference. So true. The room had grown very, very quiet. Junpei took a deep breath.
That's ridiculous. What possible evidence do you...
I have 3 pieces of evidence. The first, think back to a few hours ago. You made us argue over the 3 doors here in the big hospital room. There was no way all 7 people could go through them. Lotus suggested that we sacrifice one of us.
Lotus looked away awkwardly. Junpei glanced at her and continued.
Then you, Ace, said, I'll stay here. Why would you say something like that? It's pretty simple, really. You didn't want us to see the dead body in the shower room. You see, if Ace stayed behind, there were only 2 doors the rest of us could go through. Doors 7 and 8. There was no way we could get through door 3, the shower room. You knew that, didn't you, Ace? That's why you volunteered to stay behind.
Come on now. I think that's going a bit far. I can understand if you're jealous of my bravery, but please don't devalue my actions. I only wanted to save the rest of you. Surely you can understand my altruism.
Altruism, huh?
Junpei stared off into the darkness at something very interesting and lazily began to dig a persistent bit of wax out of his ear.
You already knew, didn't you? You knew that whichever doors we took, eventually we'd end up back in the big hospital room.
What on earth are you saying? Of course I didn't know that. How could I have?
Really?
Yes.
Pleading was not something they'd heard from Ace before. Junpei pulled the piece of wax from his ear, glanced at it, and flicked it off into the darkness.
Oh well, that's cool. I've still got 2 more pieces of evidence that say you're the killer. The second is that, as I said earlier, you have prosopagnosia.
Then you mean to imply that a person who can't distinguish human faces must be a bad person? Junpei, they call that prejudice.
No, I am not that stupid.
That's stupid.
Then why?
Well, before I explain, I suppose there's something I should tell you. The corpse in the shower room. It's not Snake's.
What?
Ace's face went pale. And the others looked confused as well. If the body wasn't Snake's...
I didn't put it together right away, but there was something Clover told me. She said that Snake's left arm was prosthetic. He'd lost his real arm in an accident. But the body we saw in the shower room, let's call him Guy X. Guy X's left arm was definitely flesh and blood. In other words, Guy X couldn't possibly have been Snake.
Oh God. No. That's impossible.
Ace had started muttering deliriously to himself, shaking his head back and forth. Junpei was long past caring.
Let's say, hypothetically, that the killer didn't have prosopagnosia. If that were the case, he would immediately realize that Guy X wasn't Snake. Even if the clothes were the same as Snake's, their faces would be completely different. It would have been obvious they were different people. And yet, they still killed him. Why? Why would they kill a stranger who'd only just shown up? On the other hand, if the killer did have prosopagnosia, it makes sense. They thought Guy X was Snake and killed him.
Wait. Wait just a moment. Let's say you're right, and I mistook Guy X for Snake. Even if I did, I would have had no motive to kill him. Why would I want to kill Snake?
I can think of at least two motives. One, Snake knew about your past. If he ever revealed what he knew, that would have been really bad for you. You really didn't want that to happen. So to make sure Snake's mouth stayed shut, you killed him. 2. Snake had a grudge against you. You knew that, or at least you could have easily assumed he did. Even without exposing your identity, he was a threat to you. You never knew when you might be attacked. You couldn't ever let your guard down. Every moment was a moment he might try something. You didn't want that kind of danger hanging over you, so you...
Hey, hold on a minute.
For the first time since the beginning of Junpei's explanation, someone besides Ace spoke.
What's the past that Ace wouldn't want us to know? Why did Snake have a grudge against him?
Look at this.
He handed Santa a small piece of paper.
What's this piece of paper?
Santa squinted at the paper and began to read.
The nonary game was played once before 9 years ago. The person with the number 2 bracelet attended the game 9 years ago. It was planned by the following 4 people: Cradle Pharmaceuticals CEO Gentaro Hongo. What is this?
Slowly, Santa looked up from the paper. His eyes met Junpei's.
It's the message from Zero. It was in the safe in the first-class cabin.
Then, suddenly,
Give me a break!
Ace's face was red and shaking, and his voice was full of fury, tinged with desperation.
That paper is a lie! Someone is trying to frame me!
Me. You said me, right?
Junpei's eyes narrowed, and the trap began to close. Ace inhaled sharply. His eyes flicked off of Junpei to something, anything else.
Wouldn't that mean you're admitting you're Hongo, the CEO of Cradle Pharmaceuticals? Or am I mistaken?
It was as though a switch had been flipped. The color drained from Ace's face, and as he realized what he'd done, his eyes went wide.
Very well. I admit that much. I am certainly the CEO of Cradle Pharmaceutical, Gentaro Hongo. So what if I am? I don't know anything about this nonary game that supposedly took place 9 years ago. Everything on that scrap of paper is bullshit. Someone is trying to set me up, you see? First of all...
Ace stammered as he tried desperately to work himself to a more tenable's position.
Junpei, you're claiming I did this all by myself. Think that over, all right? How could I have killed Snake all by myself?
Not Snake. It was Guy X.
I don't care who it was. You said the killer put this other man into door 3, right?
Yeah, maybe.
Then I couldn't have possibly done that alone. I couldn't have opened door 3 with only myself and Guy X.
Nope. You could have.
Huh?
Huh?
What?
Ace's face was tight and his teeth were clenched. Junpei fixed him with a level stare. The trap was about to close. I guess the game with one brain cell individuals. Yep. It's Junpei's turn with the brain cell, though.
Actually, Ace, when you were unconscious, I took something from you. Remember when you were injected with that anesthetic and fell asleep in the big hospital room? Yeah, back then, I took this.
Junpei put his hand into his pocket.
No! You couldn't have!
Ace's right hand moved. Junpei smiled.
I got you, Ace. Your right hand there tells me all I needed to know. You want to tell me what you were so worried about? What's in your pocket? It's the number 9 bracelet, isn't it?
You could say that he's hogging the brain cell. Yep.
Ace, Guy X, and the 9th man's bracelet. That was all you needed to open door 3.
1 plus 2 plus 9 equals 1 plus 12, which is then 1 plus 2 equals 3, yeah.
That's how you killed Guy X all by yourself, Ace. All you needed was the number 9 bracelet in your chest pocket.
Ace lowered his hand from where it had stopped, halfway to his pocket. He looked down at the floor, his face hidden from Junpei. All he could see was the corner of Ace's mouth, twitching like a dying fish.
If you want to play innocent, that's fine by me. Go ahead, tell me. I don't have the bracelet, if that's what you want to do. But if you could take off your coat and hand it to me, I'd really appreciate it. Otherwise, we'll have to take it from you by force. Right, 7?
Yeah, it'd be my pleasure.
7 cracked his knuckles with a sound like gunfire. Ace roared with laughter. He threw his arms wide and his head back and laughed, filling the room with a sound that scarcely belonged there. And then it stopped. His arms came down and his head dropped to look straight ahead at Junpei. Oh, that's a scary look. His face was flat and cold, devoid of any emotion.
Well done, Junpei. As you so correctly deduced, I have the number 9 bracelet. I retrieved it while we were searching for the missing hardware for the red. I left the room I was supposed to search and headed to the first-class cabin on B deck.
His voice showed no emotion, no sense of remorse or interest. He was almost bored, as though he were reciting an especially dull corporate letter.
My purpose was to obtain the number 9 bracelet. 9 is a potent ally in the nonary game. Adding 9 to any set of numbers won't alter the digital root.
1 plus 9 equals 10, 1 plus 0 equals 1. 2 plus 9 equals 11, 1 plus 1 equals 2. 3 plus 9 equals 12, 1 plus 2 equals 3.
As you can see, 9 is a very useful number here. With it, one can go anywhere, with anyone. It is, I suppose you could say, a game changer. So I made for the first-class cabin to obtain it. In mere moments, I successfully acquired the number 9 bracelet. There was also an unexpected bonus. The knife the 9th man had used.
Oh yeah, huh?
I quickly pocketed both of them and left. I made my way back to where I was expected to be. That's when I ran into Snake. Well, this guy X, actually. I spotted him ahead of me. He was heading for the large hospital room and hadn't noticed me. The man wearing Snake's clothes arrived at door 3. When he stopped, I walked up behind him and called out, "Snake." He turned around. He said nothing. His mouth simply hung half open. He seemed dazed somehow, almost like a man half asleep. Perhaps he had been drugged. It wasn't important. I tend to gloss over little things like that. I was certain that man was Snake. I knew Snake had taken part in the nonary game 9 years ago. Being blind, it made sense that he didn't recognize me immediately upon our first meeting. But why then hadn't Snake said anything to me later? Surely he hadn't forgotten what had happened to him in the nonary game. But not once did he attempt to confront me. Did his lack of sight prevent him from fully recognizing who I was? Or perhaps Snake had conspired with Zero to deceive me? Regardless, he was a threat, and it was better to deal with him sooner rather than later. I had to get rid of him before he took action. With quick thinking, my plan went into motion immediately. I held the number 9 bracelet over the red. I waved my own bracelet in front of the red, and then grabbed Snake's arm and shoved his hand against the scanner panel. The door opened. I threw the man through it. 9 seconds later, the door shut. 81 seconds passed.
The man inside the door passed away.
After that, I returned to my post as though nothing had happened. After conducting my own search, I returned to the large hospital room when the 1 a.m. bell rang.
His eyes were cold and his cheeks were hollow and pallid. When he spoke, only his lips and tongue moved. The rest of his face were eerily still. Junpei glared at Ace. He took a deep breath and thought about the next question he had to ask. He didn't want to. He knew what the answer would be. He just didn't want to hear it. Junpei swallowed, then spoke.
Ace, did you kill Clover?
Yes.
Why? Why did you kill her?
She was Snake's sister. It was possible he had told her something dangerous. Additionally, she had gone through door 1. It seemed likely she might have found it.
Found what?
Why don't you go through door 1 yourself? Perhaps it's hidden somewhere.
Seven and Lotus interrupted.
Yeah, but Lotus and I went through door 1 too.
We didn't see anything suspicious.
Yes. I thought as much after I heard your report at the central stairs. I doubt the two of you could find it.
Hmm?
Huh?
But perhaps Clover was different. Perhaps she had found it. I was, therefore, desperate to find her. And at last I did, in the first-class cabin. I spoke very calmly. Did you see it?
See what?
Don't act as if you don't understand. You were in the captain's quarters, weren't you?
Uh-huh. What are you talking about?
Very well. By the way, what are you doing here, Clover?
What? Nothing.
There's blood on your shoes. It looks fresh. Did you go take a look at the 9th man's corpse? I see. Your silence suggests that you noticed. You saw something, didn't you? You saw that his bracelet was gone.
No!
Clover ran. She made for the exit, but Ace stood in her way.
You aren't going anywhere.
He caught her by the collar as she passed and threw her to the floor, hard.
You're staying here.
No!
She leapt back up and darted past him into the hallway. Ace followed at a run.
Don't you run, little girl.
He was faster.
That was how I killed Clover.
His face hadn't changed. If he felt guilt or remorse, or anything one might feel after taking the life of another human being, it didn't show.
You son of a bitch!
Seven's whole body trembled with rage, and his voice rumbled with hate. Santa's eyes were bloodthirsty, and Lotus and June's faces were distorted by anger and hatred. Ace looked at them and smiled. It was a cold, cruel thing with no humor in it. He shook his head and sighed.
I admit it. I've lost. I have lost. Completely and utterly. Don't misunderstand, Junpei. I didn't lose to you. I lost to Zero, not you. I'm rather disgusted with myself for falling into such a simple trap. I looked the fool. And it was a trap, make no mistake. I was trapped and manipulated by Zero. The man I killed in the shower room, if he wasn't Snake, then I have no idea who he was. But he was wearing Snake's clothes, and that was no coincidence. He had also been injected with something that reduced his cognition and prevented him from identifying himself or resisting me. And we can't forget the components that were removed from the red before we arrived. I have no doubt that Zero planned all of this. Zero made sure I would kill that man. It follows, of course, that Zero knew everything I would do. That I would try to take the number 9 bracelet. That I would try to kill Snake. Everything.
Suddenly, Junpei remembered the paper he'd found in the safe. He remembered the last word Zero had written on it. I must punish them for the innocent lives they sacrificed. This is the only warning they will receive. That innocent souls might be saved. I now state the truth. Zero. And he remembered other words. Words he had heard from Clover.
I think Zero is one of us.
Huh?
One by one, Junpei looked at all the 5 people standing in front of him. Ace. Santa. June. 7. Lotus.
Zero is one of us? No. Wait. There's one more person. Snake. The man who died in the shower room isn't Snake. That means he's almost certainly still alive. Maybe Snake is Zero. Maybe he made Guy X wear his clothes so that we'd all think he was dead. Where's Snake now? What if he's off somewhere laughing at us? If he is Zero, he must have been lying to us about everything else. Is he watching us?
Well, I believe I've finished with my confession. Why don't we get moving?
He sounded as if he'd just finished doing nothing more exciting than describing the weather. For Santa, it was the last straw.
What the hell is this shit? You aren't going anywhere, you son of a bitch! We're gonna leave your ass here to rot!
Why? Because I killed Clover? That's ridiculous. Why are you so upset that I killed the little bitch?
Uh-huh.
She was nothing to you. A stranger you only met a few hours ago. Am I wrong?
You bastard!
7 roared and lifted a fist that would likely have shattered Ace's jaw. But someone else was faster. It was Lotus. She stepped toward Ace, raised a fist of her own, and drove it straight into his nose.
Blindsiding me with a punch, huh? You've got some fire, don't you? I confess, I rather like a tough woman.
I mean, he sniffed and wiped a small trickle of blood from his nose with a raised eyebrow.
Well, maybe you'd like another one then.
Before that, let me give you one of my own.
Huh?
Lotus scarcely had time to blink. Ace snaked his arms around her and pulled Lotus back up against him. In the same motion, he reached into his coat pocket. And of course the fucker took the gun. It was a gun. The revolver. Almost lazily, he tilted it to point at Lotus's head.
If any of you so much as blink, I won't hesitate to pull this trigger. I've already killed 3 people. Don't think I'm not ready to make it 4.
3 people? What do you mean?
Very well. Let me take this opportunity to illuminate you. The person who killed the 9th man was me. Although I suppose to be more accurate, I encouraged him to get himself killed.
Oh yeah, because he also, like, scanned his thing too, specifically.
While we were examining the main staircase, he came to me and told me his name. I recognized it at once, so I gave him a little push. Just a little white lie. It seems the settings for the dead were altered. Now it only requires a single person to deactivate the detonator in the bracelet.
I see.
Investigate what's beyond door 5. We'll meet again later. And with that...
Okay. Have a good one, guys. I'm going off ahead now. Well then. Why is it stopping? God damn it! You lied! Open the door, please! I'm begging you! Help me! Please get me out of here! Get me out of here! Oh my god! There's no time left! Listen! I was lied to! He lied to me! He put me in here! It was him! He killed me! It was him! Ah!
Damn, dude. Damn, 9th man not knowing names. Rookie mistake. Yeah, for real, for real.
I had 4 reasons for killing him.
1.
As I said before, in the nonary game, the number 9 bracelet is of utmost importance. If I had allowed him to keep such a useful tool, he, or it, would have become a threat to me. As such, I decided that he should be eliminated early on.
2.
I wanted the number 9 bracelet. If I could manage to obtain it, I would be able to manipulate the game as I saw fit. I would be unable to acquire the bracelet unless its owner was dead. That's the second reason.
3.
Even setting aside his number, he would have been nothing but trouble for me. He was aware of my past. He knew what happened here 9 years ago. It was important that I eliminate him before he was able to disseminate this information.
4.
Lastly, I wished to conduct a simple test. A test to see if this nonary game was serious, or a poor attempt at a joke. I needed to be quite sure. As such, I encouraged him to act against the rules so that I might observe the outcome.
Junpei glared at him.
I don't get your third motive. What the hell happened 9 years ago?
Didn't I say? The nonary game was played. I planned it out, and I conducted its execution.
Why? What on earth was it supposed to do?
I don't really think I have any obligation to tell you that.
Ace smirked. He was trying to provoke them, and it was working. Although Ace had paid very little attention to Lotus after catching her, the gun had never wavered from her temple. She looked quite pale, and when she spoke, her voice shook.
Hey, what's with this gun? Where did he get this?
Why don't you tell her, Santa?
Santa ground his teeth and glared at Ace.
On the other side of door 6, we found the gun in the coffin in the cargo room, right? The bastard must have grabbed it when we weren't looking.
Indeed I did. That was a pretty serious mistake, you know. Just saying you intended to leave it behind.
You know, I did say that someone could have gotten, but Ace laughed a short, derisive snort and gave Junpei a sickling, pitying look. Sickeningly pitying.
There isn't much time left. I'll be off then.
Well, where are you going?
Do I really need to explain? I had assumed it would be obvious.
9+ with Lotus, him, and the 9 bracelet. We can go through door 9.
I have the number 9 bracelet. And now I have Lotus.
9 + 8 + 1 = 18. 1 + 8 = 9.
Wasn't there a door with a 9 on it in the room that looked like a church? That's where you're going, isn't it?
And how do you know that?
Santa told me about it while we were looking for Clover.
I see. Well, you are correct. That is my destination. But now I must say goodbye to all of you. Ah, and please, don't forget my warning. Move and I'll pull the trigger. I don't need her alive to open the door, you know.
As he spoke, Ace began backing toward the door, practically dragging Lotus behind him.
Shit! He's getting away! We can't risk it.
Junpei, Santa, June, 7 stood, frozen. Ace had the face of a man gone mad. They had no doubt he would pull the trigger. Ace had reached the exit.
Now, Lotus, open the door for me if you would.
He forced Lotus to open it, then turned and addressed them once more.
Goodbye.
Then he stepped through the door. What a cunt. It fell shut. In the blink of an eye, they were gone.
Damn it!
As soon as Ace and Lotus were gone, Junpei and the others left for the door in pursuit of Ace. But as Junpei laid his hand on the doorknob, there was a noise behind him. He looked over his shoulder. June was kneeling on the floor, breathing heavily.
Hey, June, what happened? Are you alright?
Santa ran to June and wrapped his arm around her before she could collapse all the way.
Jesus, you're burning up. Your fever's back. Are you okay?
June's fever had returned, again, for no apparent reason. Her eyes were watery and her eyelids drooped. Her breath came in dry, shallow gasps.
I'm okay. Really, I'm fine.
Riot.
You should be worrying about Lotus.
She was breathing hard now, and she could barely summon the strength to talk.
But
Junpei was torn. He couldn't leave June alone in the state she was in. But every moment they waited, Ace was farther away. Lotus's life in his hands. What was Junpei supposed to do? June's eyes drifted to Junpei's. She managed to muster a weak smile.
Jumpy, don't worry about me. I just need a little rest. I'll be fine. Don't you remember? I just needed to rest a little bit last time. So please, please save Lotus.
Think about what Ace has already done, Junpei. When he's got what he needs from Lotus, you really think he's just gonna let her walk away?
damn it. You guys go on ahead. Soon as June starts feeling better, we'll follow you. Go!
Junpei looked at June.
Huh.
She nodded once. She couldn't manage much more. But it was all the confirmation Junpei needed. His resolve was set.
All right, come on, Seven. We're going after Ace.
Hell yeah!
Santa, you take good care of June. I'm trusting you.
Got it.
Santa nodded. Junpei turned before he had a chance to change his mind and started running toward the door. He could hear Seven's heavy footsteps behind him.
Let's go!
Junpei and Seven exploded into the hallway, their feet pounding the metal floor as they ran. I like 7 too. He is the bro ever. Junpei and 7 had finally arrived at the church, exhausted and out of breath. As their lungs struggled to catch their breath, their eyes frantically scanned the room.
Where are they?
I don't see them.
You think they already went through?
He reached up to wipe a palmful of sweat from his brow.
Maybe.
Even as he spoke, Junpei was already on his way to the larger of the numbered 9 doors.
Let's check the red.
The display panel read vacant. He spun around and headed toward the smaller door. This read would tell him if Ace and Lotus had moved to another room.
Engaged. It's occupied.
That means Ace and Lotus went through here.
Yeah, it seems like it.
Junpei and 7 stepped away from the door. They retreated to the center of the room and began to talk.
What do we do now?
Yeah, what should we do? Well, the big door is still vacant, but...
The two of us can't do anything with it.
Yeah, not even counting how our digital route isn't 9.
Just then, as they were pondering what to do next, there was a noise. A noise like someone hitting a thick wooden panel. Perhaps a coffin?
What's that sound?
Junpei looked up, surprised. 7 followed suit, his eyes jumping around the room, looking for the source of the sound.
It's coming from over there.
The coffin. It wasn't long before they found the altar. Or more precisely, what was on it.
The coffin.
Yeah.
Let's open it.
How?
By force!
I don't think that's gonna happen.
Well, you never know till you try, right? The only necessity for success is the willingness to suffer 1,000 failures.
No boy.
Who said that?
I forget. Anyway, we've got to try.
Junpei and 7 leapt at the coffin. They grabbed hold of what purchase they could find and pulled.
Damn it!
See? Didn't I tell you? If you could just pull it open, why would it have something like that?
7 pointed at a keypad on the side of the coffin.
Right. So unless I put in the right passcode, it's not gonna open.
The noise hadn't stopped. In fact, as it continued, it only got louder and more forceful. What were they supposed to do? Junpei wondered.
Is there some sort of clue somewhere?
They stood there for a few moments, staring at the coffin, and then 7 spoke.
Hey, Junpei. I remember you mumbling about some weird numbers over by the bathroom in the first-class cabin. You got those numbers by solving the secret message Clover was holding, right? Truth had gone, or something like that.
Yeah, that's right. What about it?
The second passage.
Well, maybe that number's the passcode for this thing, too.
Come on, that's impossible. Those numbers were the code to unlock that safe.
Yeah, but the person who set up that safe in this coffin is the same person, right?
True.
Zero set up both of these.
Yeah, probably.
Well, then they might have set the same passcode for both of them.
That's ridiculous.
Why don't you just try it? I mean, it's not like you'll make things any worse.
True.
It'd just be a waste of time. There's no way they're the same number.
Just try it, Junpei, you little bitch. You are a little dumb, Spooky, but that's okay.
How do you know that? You never know until you try. The only necessity for success is the willingness to suffer 1,000 failures.
Who said that?
You.
Fine.
He knelt down in front of the keypad and looked at it. Perhaps because he repeated them so many times before, the numbers came easily to Junpei's mind.
1438 3421.
Junpei, you're being deliberately stubborn at this point, yeah. Quickly, he typed them in. 14383421. He checked that he'd entered the right numbers, took a deep breath, and pressed the E button. It only took a moment.
What? You gotta be kidding me.
There was a click. And with a heavy clunk, the lid of the coffin slid off onto the floor. Someone sat up from inside. Snake? Snake!
Snake!
You? Why?
Ah, those voices. Junpei and Seven, unless I'm mistaken.
He was taking a nap in the coffin.
Where are the others? Are they elsewhere?
Of course, there was no reason Snake would have known anything about where anyone else would be. Junpei and Seven looked at one another. There was a great deal he needed to know, but... He was eating. Yeah, he was taking a nap. They had to tell him something, however, so they began to talk. Snake explained to them how he came to be locked in the coffin. Apparently he'd been hit with some sort of knockout gas, and Junpei and Seven explained what had happened to the rest of them.
I see. I believe I got the gist of everything. Have I been sufficiently caught up?
No, there was one thing they kept from him. There was one thing, however, that neither Seven nor Junpei could bring themselves to say. That Ace had killed Clover. They feared that if Snake knew, he might, well, go insane.
Yeah.
They decided as much by a look the moment Snake had climbed out of the coffin.
But that still doesn't explain why you were trapped in here.
We've still got no clue about Zero's true identity, let alone why the hell he's doing all this. Why did he put Guy X in Snake's clothes? Is all this stuff somehow related to that nonary game that was played 9 years ago?
Hey, Snake, do you know anything?
I hate trading one sibling for the other. Yeah. Junpei put the question to Snake. His answer was less than illuminating.
What are you talking about? I apologize, but I have no idea what you're saying.
It seemed as though Snake was, perhaps, not being entirely honest, but that knowledge did Junpei and Seven little good.
Oh, come on, just tell us if you know.
I don't know what to tell you. How can I know something I don't?
No matter how many times they asked, he insisted that he knew nothing. It was becoming clear that Snake wouldn't give in, and every second they spent asking him was a second wasted.
This is bad. We're running out of time.
We need to go after Ace.
However, they stood in silence, the overpowering atmosphere of the chapel almost stifling. Junpei, Seven, and Snake simply stood, at a loss for what they should do next.
What do we do now?
He glanced over at Snake's wrist. Sure enough, he could see the 2 on the bracelet on Snake's wrist.
The three of us can't make a digital route of 9.
Yeah, we just get 5.
We're stuck here then.
Oh. Hey, I just remembered something.
Seven began patting his pockets, as if he were checking to see if any of them held anything.
What?
What is it?
I found something earlier.
What did you find?
This.
He'd finally found the pocket he wanted, and his hand dove into it. Seven pulled out something round and metal. A bracelet. There was no mistaking the number glowing at them from the face like a cartoon eye.
0. Zero's bracelet.
What did you say? Are you saying that 7 has the number 0 bracelet?
Yeah,
Where did you get that?
Snake's question was innocent enough, but if he learned the truth, if he'd been able to see it, he would have noticed 7 looked away.
Clover gave it to me.
She did?
Yeah.
How did she come by it?
Well, she found it. See, on the other side of door 1, A deck, the captain's quarters. She asked me to hold on to it because it was too big and bulky for her to be lugging around.
He's lying.
Junpei could tell right away that 7 wasn't telling the truth.
He even told us earlier.
I haven't actually looked at it yet. Didn't want to disturb the crime scene, you know? Basic stuff. Well, I did borrow one thing.
He probably said that so Snake doesn't find out about Clover.
All right, Junpei. Nice knowing you.
Wait, what?
7 plus 2 plus 0 equals 9.
Come on, man. I'm just kidding. Still, just in case, I want to make sure the 0 bracelet gets picked up by the red. Snake, give me a hand, all right?
Without waiting for a response, he started walking toward the door. Junpei and Snake followed him, quietly. Before long, they found themselves in front of the larger of the 2 doors. 7 and Snake put their palms on the red. Once they done that, 7 put the number 0 bracelet on the scanner panel as well. A third asterisk appeared on the screen. 7 plus 2 plus 0 equals 9. Now they just needed to pull the lever and the door would open.
Huh? Why isn't it opening?
Well, the third asterisk lit up, so it must have registered the 0 bracelet.
Maybe it isn't actually 0.
Huh?
What?
That bracelet may not actually produce the number 0 when scanned. That is what I'm saying. Why don't we try a few different combinations? Perhaps we can determine what number that bracelet actually contains.
Oh, got it!
Junpei nodded. They decided to use the following combination. Snake Junpei and the bracelet. Snake Junpei 7 and the bracelet. Thanks. Let's go for all of them to start.
Let's try all 3 of us and the bracelet.
Snake and Junpei and 7 equals 2 plus 5 plus 7 equals 14. 1 plus 4 equals
If
5.
this combination works, then the number for this bracelet is 4.
It didn't open.
Then this bracelet is not 4.
Then,
Junpei continued. They decided to use the following combination. Okay, I had a feeling it was going to be one of these where we try all of them. Or maybe not all of them, but we can't go back. Snake and Junpei.
let's try Snake, me, and the bracelet.
Snake and Junpei equals 2 plus 5 equals 7.
If this combination works, then the number for this bracelet is 2.
The door didn't open. The mysterious bracelet wasn't 2.
It didn't open.
Guess it's not 2.
Then,
Junpei continued. They decided to use the following combination, the last possible one that they can do with the 3 of them. Junpei 7 and the bracelet.
let's try me, 7, and the bracelet.
Junpei plus 7 equals 5 plus 7 equals 12. 1 plus 2 equals 3.
If this combination works, then the number for this bracelet is 6.
They scanned in their bracelets.
It opened.
Yes, so it would seem.
7 clearly hadn't thought their experimentation would produce anything useful, and looked rather confused. Snake was, as usual, calm and smug. The door slid closed. Junpei's forehead furrowed as he thought.
That means the bracelet is actually 6.
5 plus 7 plus 6 equals 18. 1 plus 8 equals 9.
But how is that possible? The display on the bracelet clearly shows a 0.
Suddenly, from somewhere far beneath them, they heard the creak and groan of tearing metal. With it came the sound of water pouring into parts of the ship that had, until recently, been dry.
Oh man, that's not good. I guess our time's just about up, huh?
At any rate, we know now that the door can be opened. Let's go!
But, Snake, are you sure?
Yeah. You know that only Junpei and I can go through this way.
You needn't worry. I have a solution to this problem. My last resort. But if now is not the time for last resorts, then when?
True.
Last?
Resort?
Yeah, you guys can hear. Good job. Junpei, 7, and Snake ran full tilt down a long, straight hallway. They were headed for the stern of the ship, and had no time for distractions. As they ran, 7 spoke.
Gotta admit, you really surprised me there, kid. I couldn't figure out how the hell you were gonna get out of that one. How come you didn't do that right off the bat?
As I told you, it was a last resort. Had I used it at the beginning of the game, I would have come under a great deal of suspicion. I imagine that most people would have taken it to mean that I was 0. Once they'd convinced themselves of that, I wasn't optimistic about my chances of making it out of here alive, let alone unscathed. I felt it best to play my cards close to the chest, as it were. That way, if I were in a situation where there was nothing else I could do, I'd have a little trick up my sleeve. I'd just take my bracelet off.
Snake's plan had been simple, but effective. He'd simply removed his bracelet. How? To Junpei, it looked as though Snake had simply crushed the bones of his hand until they were small enough to fit through the wristband. Of course, that would have been practically impossible, so... how had he done it?
My brother's left arm is, it's not like a normal person's arm. It's fake. It's not a real arm.
Snake had slid the bracelet off and tossed it into the coffin.
I know this is kind of a weird thing to say, but I'm glad that's a fake arm.
Don't have to be afraid of the door if you don't got a bracelet.
True.
You are correct.
He walked through the door easily, without authenticating. He stepped out of the other side, unscathed, and began running down the hall alongside 7 and Junpei. They kept running for a while longer, and eventually came upon a set of stairs leading downward on the right side of the hallway. They stopped and peered down the
I
staircase.
think these stairs connect to the bottom deck.
Doesn't look like it's underwater.
They nodded quickly to one another and jogged down the stairs. It only took a few minutes to make their way to the bottom deck. There was a single hallway in front of them, at the end of which was a single door.
Let's go through that door.
Junpei threw it open. Inside was a massive iron gate. A plate was affixed to the top of it. The red incinerator.
Incinerator?
Oh my. That doesn't sound very pleasant. Do you see a lever near the gate, perhaps?
Yeah, right over here.
How did you know that?
Well, I'd be happy to regale you with the story. I imagine it should only take half a day or so.
Junpei grumbled, gave Snake a dirty look, and jogged over to the lever.
If you pull it, the door ought to open.
Got it.
He pulled the lever down. With the rumble of an ancient motor, the door opened. There was no need to hold back and no time to hesitate. They pushed their way inside. Standing in front of them were Ace and Lotus. Ace still had the revolver in his hand. It was still pressed hard against Lotus's temple. A small dark bruise had begun to form near the tip. Oof. Even from several yards away, Junpei could see that Lotus was shaking. She was terrified. But perhaps more interesting was that Junpei saw behind them. 9. Another number 9 door.
What? Why? Why is there another one?
The door stopped Junpei in his tracks. It simply shouldn't have been there. As his brain finally began to consider why. The whine of a warning klaxon filled the air, drowning out any thought.
Warning. Warning. Emergency incineration command has been acknowledged. Automatic incineration will take place in 9 minutes.
Of course.
Please evacuate the incinerator immediately.
Oh my, how exciting. You've run quite a show here, Zero.
A terrifying smile twisted Ace's face.
What's the matter? Too frightened to understand? Here, let me explain.
It's said that the incineration system is about to activate. In 9 minutes, this room will be engulfed in flame.
Who are you?
You don't recognize me? I'm hurt. It's me, Snake.
Snake? Oh yes, you are alive. I'm afraid your bizarre style had me confused. I'm quite glad to see that you're alive.
Ace's voice didn't change. Snake ground his teeth.
If you don't mind my asking, how did you get here? Snake, Junpei, 7. The 3 of you couldn't have opened a door with a 9. Did you use Clover's bracelet, perhaps?
What?
2 plus 5 plus 7 plus 4 equals 18. 1 plus 8 equals 9.
Well, your reaction suggests that you did not.
Hold on. Why did you think we'd have Clover's bracelet?
Junpei felt his chest tighten.
Oh, they haven't told you?
Told me what?
Clearly not. Normally I would take some time and enjoy the moment. But I'm afraid my time is at a premium just now. I'll have to make this quick. Clover.
Don't do it, Ace! Keep your goddamn mouth shut!
Clover.
I said stop it! Don't listen to him, Snake!
Junpei could feel his voice going hoarse, but Snake didn't listen to him.
What happened to Clover?
Ace looked at him. The corner of his mouth curled into the hook of a cruel smile.
Clover died.
The color left Snake's face. He shook his head weakly.
No, that's not true. That's impossible. It's a lie. It has to be a lie.
Oh, it's quite true, I can assure you of that. I killed her myself, you see.
What?
No, he opened his eyes. Damn.
I'm sorry, did I stutter? I killed her.
Snake's face twisted into a mask of rage, molted red rising to dot his pale skin. His entire body shook. He looked to Junpei, disturbingly like a demon.
I would have rather she died with less suffering. A bullet in her brain, perhaps, would have been ideal. Unfortunately, that would have made quite a bit of noise. Circumstances being what they were, I was forced to settle for the knife. The one the ninth man had, you remember. I believe I caught her just below the shoulder blade. I was rather lucky, in fact. My first thrust went right between her ribs. Her flesh was so soft. My knife slid in so easily. There was no resistance. That feeling was... I confess, I feel rather excited. It is a powerful memory. Someday, perhaps, I hope I can feel it again.
Incineration will begin in 7 minutes.
I'm going to kill you.
Snake's words were a guttural growl, barely audible.
What was that?
I'll kill you. I'll kill you.
Ah, so you're going to kill me. Please do. Come now. I'm waiting.
Don't do it! Don't listen to him, Snake! Stop it, kid. He's screwing with your head.
Is there a problem? What are you waiting for, boy? Don't you want me to send you to join your sister?
Don't! The Snake! Don't do it!
But Snake could no longer hear them. Snake could no longer hear anything. Snake moved like a bolt of lightning. His scream echoed through the incineration chamber, full of rage and despair.
Snake! Snake!
Another scream filled the room. It was Lotus. She ran across the room toward Junpei, her eyes wide with terror.
Lotus! Hurry! This way!
Snake's ill-fated attack had loosened Ace's grip on her, and she made a run for it. She reached 7 and Junpei and ducked behind them.
Incineration will begin in 5 minutes.
Give me the woman.
Uh-huh. He raised the
I
gun.
need her.
Uh-huh.
Without her bracelet, I will be unable to open this door.
1 + 8 + 9 = 18. 1 + 8 = 9, yes.
Quickly now! I don't have time for your shenanigans.
In the center of the room, Snake's body lay eerily still. He looked like a human larva, prone and vulnerable on the floor.
I see. Then it would seem I have no choice. The rest of you must die as well. Fortunately, I have 5 bullets left. 1 for Junpei, another for Lotus, and the last 3 for that lump of idiotic man you call 7. I will take Lotus's body with me and leave this room.
Incineration will begin in 4 minutes.
Well, it looks as though our time together is at an end. I rather enjoyed playing with you.
I didn't enjoy playing with you, Ace. You can go die in a pit.
Damn it!
Junpei could see Ace's finger tighten. He could see it begin to squeeze down on the trigger. His body tensed, preparing for the catastrophic impact of hot lead against human flesh.
Goodbye.
Then it happened.
Kill you!
Huh? Damn. Snake stood up.
What? No, that's impossible.
For the first time, Ace's composure broke. With obvious effort, Snake lunged forward, one step closer to Ace, then another. He looked for all the world like a zombie.
I'll kill you! I'll kill you!
His voice was the mournful wailing of the undead.
Stay away from me! Get back! Stop! If you come any closer, I'll... Get away from me!
Little by little, Ace was retreating. Snake didn't stop. He continued his stiff, inexorable approach, his eyes twin pools of pure fury.
Listen to me! I said, don't come any closer! Shit! You bastard!
Ace's revolver leapt 5 times. 5 times, the air in the incinerator was split by the crack of a bullet. Snake's body twitched as 5 clouds of blood and torn flesh leapt in the air across his body. The fine pink mist drifted from his body and disappeared. Junpei didn't have time to ponder what that meant before. And then, his strength was gone. His legs crumbled, and his broken and battered body slid to the floor.
Incineration will begin in 3 minutes.
Finally. You're...
But Snake wasn't done.
I'll kill you.
Even as the pool of blood beneath him grew, he began to move. He half crawled, half slid toward Ace. One bloody arm wrapped itself around Ace's leg,
You won't get away.
and the other gripped his thigh with strength that should have been long gone.
You son of a bitch! You're a monster! Get off me! Let me go, damn you!
He kicked at Snake with his free leg, driving his foot into Snake's face, his arm, his shoulder. It made no difference. Snake refused to release him. Once the snake had ensnared its prey, rarely does it release it.
This is it, Ace. We're going to burn to death together.
What?
Incineration will begin in 2 minutes.
Yeah, damn it! Damn you! Get off! Let me go, you monster! Okay, look. Think about it this way. My company owns a wonderful hospital. It has excellent doctors. You're not wounded too seriously. I'm sure they can fix you up easily. You don't have to die. You can be saved. Just let me go.
Pathetic. Begging for your life.
When Seven and Lotus began to speak, Junpei could hear tears in their voices, and their words restrained.
Snake, that's enough! You can stop now!
Yes! He's right, Snake! You've done enough!
Come on, Snake, let's go! Let's get out of here!
You have to come with us! We have to leave together!
Snake turned toward them. He coughed and blood splattered across the floor. Then he smiled a sad sort of smile.
I apologize, but I'm afraid I can't do that. You'd best forget about me. You need to leave soon. I'm going to take him with me.
Shut up! Be quiet!
I couldn't save Clover. My sister died because of me. Perhaps this will begin to atone for that. Perhaps in the afterlife, she can forgive me. Now go. Go now. You have to go.
Incineration will begin in 1 minute.
God damn it! Shit! We're out of time! We gotta go!
Seven ran toward the exit. Lotus followed him, but Junpei couldn't move. There were white lines down Snake's cheeks, where his tears had washed the blood away. He was broken, body and soul. Junpei felt as though half of his own heart had been torn out. His eyes stung, and he tried desperately to swallow to clear this lump in his throat.
Junpei, what are you doing? You have to get out of here now!
Junpei's chest tightened, pulled taut by anger, misery, and a cold feeling of emptiness. Pure emotion surged through his heart, alongside the torrent of blood. He could feel it building, a tremendous wave growing taller and taller and taller. And then it broke, crashing down with thunderous force onto his shaken, unprepared mind.
Snake! Snake!
Junpei's rational mind was gone. He was driven by instinct now, and he launched himself across the floor at Snake and Ace. Well, he tried to.
Wait! Don't be an idiot, Junpei!
He felt a hand grab him from behind. It was Seven. Before he had time to react, the larger man had pinned Junpei's arms up to his sides and was hauling him bodily back toward the door.
No! No! I have to help Snake! 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 Get off of me! Let me go!
Incineration will begin in 10 seconds. 7, 6.
Damn it, I don't get a choice, kid! Don't blame me for this, alright? No.
5, 4, 3, 2. One, 0. Gates 2 and 3 are locked down. Beginning incineration.
Junpei felt Seven's fist bury itself deep in his stomach, and then his legs turned to mush. Seven scooped him up in the same motion and leapt through the door. The slam shut behind them. Junpei struggled to shaky feet. He glanced over to see Lotus only a short distance away. Junpei ran to the door.
He's...
There was a small window cut into it. Inside, he could see Ace and Snake.
Shit! Damn you all! Why? Why? Why me? I don't deserve this!
Yeah, you do.
Answer me! Answer me, Zero! Why? Why? Zero! Zero! Zero!
You're easily the person who deserves this, fam. So true. He didn't know how much time passed. He didn't know how long he stood there in front of the incinerator. He looked to the side. Noticed his face was ashen, and if not for the hand she put up against the wall, Junpei didn't think she could have stood. Seven looked old and tired and used. His eyes stared at the floor, seeing nothing. Junpei said nothing. He simply began to walk toward the open door, in the hallway they'd come down earlier.
Hey, wait! Junpei!
Junpei, where are you going?
He blinked when their voices broke the silence. He stopped.
You stay here. I'll go get Santa and June.
You're gonna bring them here?
How?
Don't worry about that. Just stay here and wait, all right?
He began to walk again. He looked over his shoulder and watched Seven and Lotus grow smaller and smaller. They stared back, not moving. He wasn't sure if they could. He turned around again. He knew where he was going.
I saw an elevator on the way here. If I can get it to work, then maybe...
Before long, Junpei found himself in front of the elevator. Next to the door was a button with a triangle on it.
Please work.
He pushed it, and the door opened.
Yes.
Junpei was in the large hospital room.
June! Santa!
He kept calling and walked to the center of the room. But try as he might, he couldn't find them.
Damn it. Where did they go?
Increasingly frustrated and increasingly worried, Junpei left the large hospital room. He had no choice. He would have to look for them. Junpei's heart was heavy. He couldn't shake the feeling, but there was a part of him that felt it would be wrong to, even if he could. With every step he took, his legs felt more and more like lead. Sometime later, Junpei found himself at the chapel. He stepped inside, expecting to find nothing. But there, on the red carpet in the center of the room... June. No, codenames didn't matter any longer. She was Connie.
Connie!
Junpei cried her name and ran. Like lightning, he ran, across the room toward her.
Connie!
He stumbled to a stop. As he looked down at her body, lying so still on the floor, he felt the icy grip of fear upon his heart. She was still. So very still.
No. It can't be. It's impossible.
Slowly, Junpei bent down toward her. His hands shook, and he felt very cold and very hot at the same time. He forced himself to look. Her back was moving. Slowly, it rose and fell. Relief washed over him.
Connie!
Junpei reached down and gently, very gently, lifted her up.
Connie, are you alright?
Jumpy?
Her face was pale, and her lips were dry and cracked. Her eyes were blank and cloudy. They stared straight at Junpei, but saw nothing. Troubling, Junpei wrapped his arm around her back. She was cold. Very cold. Junpei tried to convince himself that it was only his imagination, but she felt as though she were fading away. He could feel his heart pounding frantically in his chest.
Oh man. Connie, what the hell happened to you? You feel...
Jumpy, I'm sorry.
Her voice was very faint.
I might not make it.
No way. No way I am going to let you die. I am going to save you. I promise.
Thank you, Jumpy. Thank you so much for everything. I was really happy to see you again, Jumpy. Really happy.
Oh, don't give me that I was crap. You're gonna see me again lots more times. You just gotta hang on. All right, Connie?
Jumpy, did you know you meant a lot to me when we were kids? I've liked you for a long time, Junpei. A really long time.
Junpei's vision had gone blurry. It took him a moment to realize his eyes were filled with tears. He could feel a piercing point of heat deep in his heart, like a white hot flame. He looked down at Akane. Huh? There was a crack of static from above his head, and a voice spoke.
Zero. You son of a bitch! Where are you hiding?
Junpei frantically scanned the ceiling for the source of the voice.
What the hell are you talking about? No. No, it hasn't. I'm not gonna let it end yet. I'm gonna get out of here with Connie. Why? Because you chose the wrong path. The wrong path? That is correct. Your path is inevitable, however. Admit defeat. Where there is shadow, there is light. Where there is the absence of light, there is no shadow. So it goes. What are you talking about? Not. The loser has been decided. I told you! I am not gonna lose! No, you misunderstand. You have lost. I have lost.
Huh?
What?
Junpei didn't have time to ponder what that meant before. He heard the door slam shut behind him. He spun around. There was no one there. Was it Zero?
Connie, wait here. I'll be right back, I promise.
She managed a single nod. Junpei laid her back down gently and leapt for the door. He yanked it open and shot outside. No one. The hall was empty. There was nothing moving anywhere.
Where are you? It doesn't matter. I need to get Connie out first.
He didn't want to leave Connie alone any longer than he had to, so Junpei turned around and headed back to the chapel.
Connie!
She wasn't there. She wasn't anywhere. She'd been lying there on the floor just moments before, and now she was gone.
Oh God. No. No. Where is she? Connie. Connie! Connie! Connie!
His cry split the heavens themselves. He screamed until his voice gave out. Then he screamed some more. But there was nothing. No answer. His voice faded away, and all that remained was cold, unfeeling silence. That was when he noticed it.
Huh?
A strange smell. One he'd smelled before.
Wait. This is... white smoke.
9 seconds later, Junpei's mind winked out. Clever. That's one way to reset the game. Smelting is indeed totally different from smelling. Interesting. That safe ending didn't feel very safe. I feel misled a little bit by the ending name. You were right about that, Peachy. I'm pretty sure that was mostly a joke, though, when you said that. Let's do it again. Let's do it again. Next week. It was a joke, but you ended up being right. At what cost? You're right at what cost, Peachy, about the safe ending being because of the safe. Fucking Ace, dude. Ugh. I'm not gonna trust him at all going forward. Fuck. I didn't suspect Ace either. The end, or is it? Dun dun dun. Damn. Good game though. I'm quite curious to see how the other endings operate. You've reached one ending. This game has multiple endings. In order to experience all the endings, you need to play through the game multiple times. Make sure to save your progress now to retain all information you've acquired. Memory of Escape has been added to the title screen. Memory of Escape enables you to replay the escape rooms you have completed. Oh, that's cool. Would you like to save the info you obtained through this playthrough? After saving, the game will restart from the beginning. Please select the save slot. Interesting. Oh, interesting. Huh. And see all the way things branched out. Okay, we'll make use of this next week. We'll figure out what that means. Anyways. It did say it would start from the beginning, yeah. Anyways.
What the?
Calm down, Junpei. I want to leave. How do I leave this place? There we go. Memories of the escape. Yeah, okay, that's cool. Neat. Anyways. That was a time. TM. Yeah. No good timing for the ad break to end. This is a DS game? Yeah, we went over this before. We went over this the first stream. It was a ending. That wasn't the finale. God, get it right. We're only at the beginning of the ends. Let's see. Who do I want to read? I'm so fucking tired, man. And I gotta wake up early tomorrow because I gotta take the bus early. Screams. Okay, man, Dai isn't still alive, which is a shame, because I would have rated Dai. Hmm. Oh, I'll raid Ith or VT. They're actually on their starting soon, so like what better time to raid? They'll be playing some Pal World. Quickly sleep with stream still running? Why would I do that? I'm not doing the subathon. Thank you guys so much for joining me on this adventure. Feelings. Maybe I should make a, like, separate area for the Zero Escape. We'll figure that out. Yeah, I don't know. I got nothing. I'm tired, and I need to go eat. Yeah. That was a lot. I look forward to taking more notes as we proceed. I believe already shared the weekly schedule in the Discord already, so yeah, if you want to know when I'll be here next, that's a good place to check. Otherwise, I'll catch you all next time. Yeah. Nep tomorrow, the good old stuff. I have a very consistent schedule for better or worse. Yeah. Good night. Yeah, good night. Yes, the Suck You offering emo. It's so good. I'm glad you guys found it and love it. But yes. Bye-bye. I didn't do the read message. Oops. Oh well.